Chapter 960, 5,200,000. The first to bid was the Five Mountain sect Master Yu Huang. He raised his hand calmly, and no one could tell what he was thinking. 5,300,000. Zhan Tianxiang Emperor also made a bid, but he restrained himself and only added 100,000. 5,400,000. 6 million. The price kept rising. Those who bid were basically titled monarchs like Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor, Nine-Headed Snake Emperor, Azure Cloud Sword Emperor, Snowflake Sword Emperor, and even the Air Emperor and Black Dragon Ancestor. As for those below the monarch rank, they didn't have the financial resources, and they didn't dare to compete with the monarchs. Treasures could only be guarded with strength. Without strength, it would be a crime to have a treasure. So, they simply watched from the side. The competition between monarchs was also a pleasing thing for them. 6,500,000. Golden Turtle Ancestor took the initiative and added 500,000 in one go. Forget it. I'm afraid I can't even get 8 or 9 million. Yu Huang was the first to give up. In fact, with his financial resources, he could still report it to his superiors. However, looking at the attitude of the others, he knew that his chances of getting the third revolution body, refining pill, were very low. As Yu Huang had expected, the third revolution body, refining pill, was very attractive to the monarchs. Apart from Xianhou and Yichun, those who could reach the monarch's strength had almost all reached the late stage. Even if they could improve, it would be very small, unlike Yichun, who would change every once in a while. Therefore, the third revolution body, refining pill, that could strengthen the spirit body was very popular. Even if it couldn't directly improve one's combat strength, it would still be good to improve one's physical defense. If I punch you, you will vomit blood. If you punch me, nothing will happen. It was very obvious who was better. Soon, the price of the third revolution body, refining pill, broke through 8 million. Most of the monarchs, like Yu Huang, withdrew from the competition. They didn't have the financial resources to bid. 8,200,000. A crisp voice was heard. It was the Demon Flower Emperor who made the bid. The third revolution body, refining pill, was not only useful for humans and demonic beasts, but also for perfect demonic humans. I bid 8,300,000. The Black Dragon Ancestor looked determined to win. 5 million. From the beginning to the end, Golden Turtle Great Ancestor never gave up. His physical defense was almost the strongest among all the people present. Even the Black Dragon Great Ancestor was inferior. The three revolutions body, refining pill, could continue to magnify his advantage. As soon as the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor made his bid, Zhan Tianxiang Emperor made his bid as well. It was 6 million. By now, even a fool could see that these four people were strong competitors for the third revolution body, refining pill. As for who would win, it was unknown. However, some people looked at Su King. So far, Su King had not made a bid. With Su King's financial resources, there were only a few people who could compete with him. 10 million. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su King slowly announced a price. Hiss! Everyone present gasped. Su King was indeed Su King. It was fine if he didn't bid, but his bid would definitely be shocking. Forget it, I quit. The Demon Flower Emperor leaned back against the back of the chair and quit the bidding. She knew the Surreal Emperor's character very well. He would not give up until he reached his goal. It was not the 10 million that made her quit the bidding, but the fact that the Surreal Emperor had joined in. Bad luck. Zhan Tianxiang Emperor hesitated for a moment and stopped bidding. In the end, only the Black Dragon Great Ancestor and Golden Turtle Great Ancestor were still struggling. They raised the price by 200,000 and 300,000 respectively, reaching 10 million and 500,000, 12 million. Su King glanced at the two with a faint smile. It seems that this 3 revolutions body refining pill will definitely fall into the hands of Su King. Yichen did not participate in the bidding. Although he had a lot of wealth, he could not compete with the magnates of these sections. Good steel should be used on the blade. Even if he bought this 3 revolutions body refining pill, it would not help him improve his spirit body from rank 5 to rank 6. In that case, not participating in the bidding was the best choice. Su King obtained an incomplete, supreme grade spirit vein back then. In terms of wealth, he is second to none. He is also the sect master of the world's #1 sect, the Void Sect. He has a strong foundation. Xianhou nodded. Just as Yichen had guessed, the 3 revolutions body refining pill was bought by Su King for 13 million. No matter how unwilling the Black Dragon Great Ancestor and the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor were, there was nothing they could do. Their wealth was not as good as Su King's, and their strength was almost the same. In terms of power, the Void Sect was even more powerful than the Red-Eyed Black Dragon Clan and the Golden Turtle Island. The 9th pellet is a reverse 9-turn spirit pellet. As the name suggests, the main ingredient of this pellet is the supreme grade spirit plant, the reverse 9-turn spirit plant. I believe I do not need to say more about its effect. Besides increasing one's lifespan by 9 years, its biggest effect is to strengthen one's soul. The effect of this reverse 9-turn spirit pellet is 5 times more powerful than the plant itself. Although you are all life and death realm warriors, if you take this pellet, your soul will be strengthened slightly and your comprehensive ability will be enhanced. Moreover, your mental state will be improved as well. The starting price of this pellet is 8 million, and each increment should be no less than 100,000. After saying that, the spirit Dan King's face was full of smiles. Among all these pellets, the reverse 9-turn spirit pellet was undoubtedly one of his masterpieces. However, the plant was too hard to find. After so many years, he had only managed to find 2 of them, which he used to make 2 pellets. One was for himself, and the other was for auction. It is actually the ancient pellet, the reverse 9-turn spirit pellet. Compared to the 3-turn body refining pellet, the reverse 9-turn spirit pellet was even more precious. The 3-turn body refining pellet only had 30% of the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit's medicinal effect. It could not upgrade the 5th step spirit body to the 6th step, unless the spirit body itself had reached the late 5th step. Moreover, the 3-turn body refining pellet could not directly increase one's battle power. If one had it, it would naturally be for the best. If one didn't, no one would care too much about it. However, the reverse 9-turn spirit pellet was different. After taking it, it could strengthen one's soul and improve one's comprehensive ability, which would indirectly increase one's battle power. Among the ancient pellets, the reverse 9-turn spirit pellet was also one of the top ones. It belonged to the supreme grade mid-grade pellet, and was even more precious than the 2 3-turn body refining pellets. Reverse 9-turn spirit pellet. A strange light flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. Back then, he had also obtained 2 reverse 9-turn spirit pellets. Unfortunately, he had used them both. For him at that time, the effects of the reverse 9-turn spirit pellet were indeed astonishing. However, even now, he estimated that it could not strengthen his soul by much. The main reason was that his soul was too robust, 10 times that of ordinary life and death kings. Apart from that, the soul of life and death kings was also very powerful. Swallowing a reverse 9-turn spirit pellet did not have much of an effect. Who would have thought that the reverse 9-turn spirit pellet could increase its effects by 5 times? In this way, It could strengthen the soul of a life and death king by a small margin. Unfortunately, it's quite useful to others, but it's not essential to me. Yi Chen's soul had not been thoroughly stimulated, so taking the pellet would be a waste. Reverse 9 turned spirit pellet. The demon flower emperor's heart stirred. She was a perfect demonic human, and in terms of comprehension, she could not compare to the majority of titled monarchs. Such a powerful battle strength was largely due to her perfect demonic human's innate superiority. The demon flower emperor was not the only one who was stirred. Apart from a few extremely powerful souls, everyone present was eyeing the pellet like tigers watching their prey, rubbing their palms. You too, I hope you can help me out a bit. The demon flower emperor said to Yi Chun and Xian Ho. Sure. Yi Chun and Xian Ho did not refuse. The pellet's price rose at an extremely fast speed. In a short while, it had already reached 14,500,000, 1,500,000 higher than the final price of the third turn body refining pellet. 15 million. The demon flower emperor sucked in a deep breath and said loudly, as long as Su King did not participate, the demon flower emperor was determined to obtain the pellet. 16 million. The great ancestor of Golden Turtle Island was extremely wealthy. The reason why he didn't compete with the Void Emperor for the third revolution body refining pill was that he knew he couldn't compete with the Void Emperor. Instead of raising the price very high and ultimately losing it, it was better to sell a favor to the Void Emperor. Now that the Void Emperor didn't seem to be interested in the reverse 9 revolution body refining pill, how could he not compete? 17 million. The demon flower emperor's voice followed. Where did this demon flower emperor get so many supreme rank spirit stones? The black dragon old ancestor had already withdrawn from the bidding. He was somewhat shocked by the 17 million bid by the demon flower emperor. So that's how it is. It must be Xianho supporting her from behind. The black dragon ancestor did not count Yi Chen in. Yi Chen had only reached the life and death realm for half a year, so how could he have that much wealth? He had taken out 1,700,000 supreme rank spirit stones to buy the supreme rank yuan boosting pellet, which was probably all he had. Even if I can't get it, you will have to spend more spirit stones. The golden turtle old ancestor was very annoyed. He was sure that the demon flower emperor did not have so many spirit stones. Plus, he did not have so many treasures. But the other party had backup, 19,900,000. If you raise it again, I will give it to you. The golden turtle old ancestor snorted. The demon flower emperor glanced at the golden turtle old ancestor and said, 20 million. In the end, the pellet was sold for 20 million, and the demon flower emperor owed Yi Chen 2 million supreme rank spirit stones, and Xianho 3 million supreme rank spirit stones, respectively. This time, I have specially brought a few treasures. When the conference is over, I should be able to sell them for more than 5 million supreme rank spirit stones. I will return them to you at that time. The demon flower emperor let out a breath and thanked him. The 10th auction item was not a pellet, but a medicinal liquid. Seeing the spirit pill king open the special wooden barrel, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. This medicinal liquid was the spirit tree cultivation liquid. Judging from the powerful spiritual qi, it was 100% a supreme rank spirit tree cultivation liquid. 1 year could increase the maturity of the spirit tree by 3,000 years. If the fire pear tree could become a supreme rank spirit tree, even 103rd revolution body refining pills would not be able to compare. How could 1/3 revolution body refining pill compare to an entire supreme rank fire pear tree? In front of the wooden table, the spirit pill king smiled and said, 1 year of supreme rank spirit tree cultivation. Liquid will only need 1 year to increase the maturity of your spirit tree by 3,500 years. The starting price is 10 million supreme rank spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 100,000. If you do not have enough spirit stones, you can take out your treasures and let me appraise them. Begin. Chapter 9, 61. 10 million starting bid. Yichen frowned a little. Before, the third turn body enhancing pellets started at 5 million, and the reverse 9-turn spirit pellets started at 7 million. Now, the extreme rank spirit tree nutrient fluid suddenly increased by 3 million. 10 million starting bid was almost his entire wealth. Before killing the black water ancestor and the red water ancestor, Yichen had 7 million extreme rank spirit stones. After killing the 3, Yichen got their storage rings. Among them, the black water ancestor had 1.5 million extreme rank spirit stones, the red water ancestor had 2.5 million, and the yellow-robed man had the most, reaching 4 million. Adding on Yichen's own 7 million, he had a total of 14,800,000. However, he had spent 1,700,000 on the extreme rank yuan increasing pellet and lent 2 million to the Demon Flower Emperor, so he still had 11 million left, which was obviously not enough to buy the spirit tree nutrient fluid. What? You want this spirit tree nutrient fluid? Xianhou observed Yichen's expression and asked. Yichen nodded and forced a smile. I still need a lot of extreme rank spirit stones. Even with some treasures, it would only be around 16 million. There were some treasures in the 3 storage rings. Yichen estimated that they would be worth around 5 million extreme rank spirit stones. However, the starting bid of the nutrient fluid was already 10 million, so the final price would definitely be higher than the reverse 9-turn spirit pellet. I still have 4 million extreme rank spirit stones here, and some other treasures are also worth a few million extreme rank spirit stones. Yichen shook his head. No, 16 million is fine. If I can get it, then so be it. If not, then forget it. Anyway, a year of extreme rank spirit tree nutrient fluid is not enough to upgrade my fire pear tree to the extreme rank. It was understandable that the Demon Flower Emperor wanted to borrow spirit stones from them. After all, if she missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one in the future. The 9 Twists reversal spirit pill was very useful to her as it could increase her perception, and the fire pear tree was just an external object. It couldn't be upgraded to the supreme grade in one go, so Yichen didn't intend to borrow spirit stones from others. The Demon Flower Emperor smiled and said, If I had known that there would be something you like later, I wouldn't have borrowed your spirit stones. How about this? I'll give you the treasures I've brought as repayment for the 2 million top-grade spirit stones I borrowed from you. The Demon Flower Emperor flipped his hand, and a fiery red octagonal crystal appeared in his hand. He handed it over to Yichen. This is an 8 extreme fire crystal, and it contains 8 different flames. If the Spirit Pill King is knowledgeable, he will definitely give it a high price. As for the extra, just treat it as interest. Being able to obtain the 9 Twists reversal spirit pill, the Demon Flower Emperor's trip was not in vain, so he had no other thoughts. That's good. Thank you. Yichen accepted the 8 extreme fire crystal and thought, this 8 extreme fire crystal is useless to normal people, but it is very useful to the Spirit Pill King. It's definitely worth 3 to 4 million. Adding on the ones I have, it should be about 20 million in total. Yichen wasn't confident. He didn't know how many people were eyeing the cultivation fluid. 1 year of top-grade cultivation fluid can increase the maturity of a tree by 3,500 years. Not bad at all. Although my purple mandala demonic tree is already a supreme grade spirit tree, with this supreme grade spirit tree cultivation fluid, it will be able to grow for more than 15,000 years, and its effects will only get better and better. The Nirvana Demon Emperor, who had already won an elixir earlier, smiled. The bidding began, and almost all the emperors participated. Of course, most of them were just there to accompany the others. The Spirit Pill King had his own considerations when he placed the cultivation fluid after the 9 Twists Reversal Spirit Pill. Everyone here was a giant, and everyone had cultivated 1 or 2 spirit trees. Compared to the 9 Twists Reversal Spirit Pill, the cultivation fluid looked ordinary, but it was more popular. The price continued to climb, and under Yi Chen's helplessness, it reached a high price of 16 million top-grade spirit stones. During this time, Yi Chen asked the Spirit Pill King to estimate the treasures he had obtained from the 3 old monsters. Perhaps the treasures were really good, or perhaps the Spirit Pill King was intentionally raising the price, but in Yi Chen's opinion, the treasures that were only worth 5 million top-grade spirit stones were valued at 7 million. This was why, aside from the 8 extreme fire crystal, the highest price Yi Chen could offer was 18 million top-grade spirit stones. However, it was obvious that 18 million was not enough to buy this cultivation fluid. 18 million. Yi Chen immediately increased the price by 2 million, 19 million. Nirvana Demon Emperor's net worth was beyond everyone's imagination. At this time, 90% of the people had given up. Spirit Pill King, how many spirit stones is this 8 extreme fire crystal worth? Yi Chen's expression didn't change as he took out an octagonal red crystal from his storage ring. The Spirit Pill King's eyes lit up. It's actually an 8 extreme fire crystal. Good. This thing isn't that useful to others, but it's very useful to me. I estimate it at 7 million top-grade spirit stones. Yi Chen, this Spirit Pill King, seems to want to befriend you. As the original owner of the Octopole Fire Crystal, the Devil Flower Emperor naturally knew that this thing was extremely rare. However, it was only a small piece after all, and it wasn't considered very big. Once its energy was used up, it would become a piece of useless rock. Therefore, being able to sell it for 3 or 4 million top-grade spirit stones was already very good. 7 million was definitely impossible. 7 million. I'll add 7 million then. Yi Chen looked at Nirvana Demon Emperor. Nirvana Demon Emperor didn't continue bidding. 26 million exceeded his net worth. He smiled evilly, worthy of being the youngest life and death sword king. Even your bidding is fierce. It's not an injustice for me to lose to you back then. It was unknown what had happened to Nirvana Demon Emperor. Not only did he have a trace of evil chi, but his personality also seemed to have changed a lot. Imperceptibly, he had a kind of confidence and calmness that made it seem as if the sky would collapse. The cultivation fluid was won by Yi Chen. Next, it was the climax of the Pill King Conference. In every Pill King Conference, the final pill would be called Pill King. Pill King was naturally the best pill of the Pill King Conference. This time's Pill King was the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill. The Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill was a special pill. After swallowing, it wouldn't be refined immediately. Instead, it would enter the dantian and return to silence. When the martial artist Zhen Yuan circulated to the limit, the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill's medicinal effect would be activated. The berserk medicinal effect would cause the martial artist's Zhen Yuan to go berserk as well. It was like burning the martial artist's cultivation base, bursting out a terrifying battle power. Apart from this, the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill had another advantage. As long as the Zhen Yuan's circulation speed decreased, the medicinal effect would stop, allowing the martial artist to use it next time. Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan Pills starting price is 15 million Supreme Grade Spirit Stones. Each bid must be at least 100,000. The Spirit Dan King's face was filled with excitement. It would be a waste for him to use the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan Dan himself. Even if he stimulated the medicinal power of the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan Dan, his battle prowess would at most reach the level of a peak king. Moreover, to him, increasing his cultivation level was for the sake of better refining pills, not for the sake of becoming stronger, but for the sake of refining pills. Therefore, he had never thought of keeping this Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan Dan for his own use. He even has one of the 10 great ancient miraculous pills. This Spirit Pill King's achievement would be outstanding even in the ancient times. Xianhou revealed a shocked expression. Among the 10 great ancient miraculous pills, 7 of them were supreme grade, 3 of them were supreme grade, and the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill was one of the 8th miraculous pills. As soon as the Spirit Pill King's words fell, the Dan King Square was in an uproar. With this Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill, the battle power I can display is definitely the limit of a 5-star overlord, close to a 6-star overlord. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor's breathing became rapid. Although he coveted the 3 Revolution Body refining pill, he didn't lose his mind. But now he felt that he was about to lose his mind. Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill. Damn it, there will definitely be a lot of people competing for it. Black Dragon Old Ancestor was burning with anxiety. 5-star titled monarchs were also divided into different levels. The first level was naturally a powerful existence like Golden Turtle Old Ancestor Su King, who had a peak 4-star battle power. 4-star advanced battle power barely belonged to this level. The second level was for mid-level 4-star battle power. For those in the first level, the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill could make them the strongest existence among the 5-star titled monarchs. For those in the second level, the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill could make them rise to the first level without fear. Let's go all out. Zhan Tianxiang Emperor gritted his teeth. As the sect leader of a 5th-grade sect, his net worth wasn't enough to bid for the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill. Therefore, he could only use the sect's resources. This would undoubtedly damage the sect's foundation, but he couldn't care so much at the moment. Even if the sect's resources were used up, as long as he was alive, he could slowly accumulate it back. And if he missed the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill this time, he might not get it next time. The price of the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill rose rapidly, from 15 million to 30 million. After a dozen bids, it reached 40 million, 50 million. In the end, the final price of the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill reached 58 million, and it was won by Su King. Damn it, all the good stuff belongs to him. Su King was undoubtedly the big winner of this Alchemy King convention. First, he got the body refining pill, and now he got the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill. From now on, even Golden Turtle Old Ancestor would have to be wary of Su King. Su King could be said to be invincible below the 6-star king level. No one could be his opponent. After the Alchemy King convention ended, it was time for private transactions. Yichen was satisfied after getting a Supreme Grade Yuan increasing pill and a year's Supreme Grade cultivation fluid from the Spirit Pill King. As for the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill, although it was good stuff, it wasn't his. It was useless to think too much about it. It was better to go back and cultivate and continue to improve his strength. Look, Golden Turtle Old Ancestor doesn't seem to want to let Nirvana Demon Emperor go. That's right. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor didn't get anything this time, and Nirvana Demon Emperor provoked him first. It would be strange if he let him go. He probably wants to teach him a lesson. Leaving Alchemy King Island, Golden Turtle Old Ancestor stopped Nirvana Demon Emperor. Boom, boom. Without any pleasantries, the two began to fight. Puff! After exchanging more than 100 moves, Nirvana Demon Emperor was no match for Golden Turtle Old Ancestor. He was hit by the opponent's claw and spat out a mouthful of blood. Borrowing the strength of the claw, he quickly left this place. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor, remember this. Nirvana Demon Emperor's voice came from afar. Humph! Golden Turtle Old Ancestor's huge body shrank and turned back into a human. In the void, millions of miles away, Nirvana Demon Emperor sneered. It's really not good to suppress my strength. Unfortunately, I can't expose it now, or it will arouse suspicion. Chapter 962. This is my Pill King Island's best pill tea. It can cleanse the impurities in your body and improve your physique. This was a tea house on the mountainside of Pill King Island. On the top floor of the tea house, Yi Chun and the Spirit Pill King sat by the window, chatting while drinking tea. Outside the tea house, spirit clouds and pill clouds floated like a gorgeous sea of clouds. Good tea. Yi Chun took a sip and felt that his internal organs were much more comfortable, and the pores on his skin had relaxed. Spirit Pill King, thank you for what you did before. Putting down the teacup, Yi Chun expressed his gratitude. No problem. If a few million top-grade spirit stones can make friends with a genius like you, I would have made a profit. The Spirit Pill King poured another cup for Yi Chun. You flatter me. I'm not flattering you. Originally, I thought Xianhe would be the most outstanding person in this era, but I didn't expect another person like you to appear. If it was only her, the possibility of clearing the path to death would only be 10 to 20%, but now with the two of you, it's more than 70%. The Spirit Pill King sighed. By the way, do you need more top-grade spirit tree culture liquid? The Spirit Pill King asked. Yi Chun said, I have a 3,000-year-old fire pear tree. I want to cultivate it to the top grade. Fortunately, I still have 1-year-old top-grade spirit tree culture liquid, and its effect is better than yours. It can increase it by 4,000 years in 1 year. I'll give it to you. The Spirit Pill King waved his right hand, and an exquisite wooden barrel appeared on the ground next to the table. I don't deserve it. This gift is too much. Yi Chun shook his head. This was an item worth tens of millions of supreme-grade spirit stones. Even if it was a gift from others, he couldn't accept it. If it was just a small gift, it wouldn't be a problem. The Spirit Pill King said, Top-quality spirit stones are just a number to me, and it is the same for you. Not to mention, when your fire pear tree grows to the top-quality level, you can give me more fire pears. Top-quality fire pears are good materials for refining pills. Seeing that Yi Chun still didn't want to accept it, the Spirit Pill King smiled bitterly. Actually, I have something to ask of you. Go ahead. Yi Chun nodded. I have a grandson called Yan Jianhui, 14 years old this year. Although he lives on Pill King Island, he doesn't want to become an alchemist. Instead, he's infatuated with sword arts. Originally, I wanted to send him to Sky Sword Continent and have him join either Blue Cloud Sword Sect or Snowflake Sword Sect. However, Sky Sword Continent is too far away, and it's not convenient to go there. And now, I've heard that you've entered life and death realm. Therefore, I've always wanted him to become your disciple. I don't have any other intentions. The Spirit Pill King looked at Yi Chun with hope. He didn't think that just because he gave Yi Chun a small favor, Yi Chun would agree to anything. After all, who would be willing to accept someone they weren't satisfied with as a disciple? Okay, sure. Take me to see him first. Yi Chun decided that if Yan Jianhui's sword Dao talent was not bad, then he would accept him as a disciple. If it was really bad, then he would be powerless. Yan Jianhui's residence was not luxurious. It was a small lakeside house. When the two arrived, they saw a youngster practicing sword arts on a lotus flower. His sword arts were elegant and sharp. Sometimes it was like a small grass sprouting. Sometimes it was like the reflection of water. Sometimes it was like a spring breeze. And sometimes it was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. I'll accept this disciple. Yi Chun was excited. This Yin Jianwei's sword arts were even more spirited than his little brother Yi Xian's. He was definitely a sword Dao genius. Except the Spirit Pill King didn't have much understanding of sword Dao, so he couldn't tell whether Yin Jianhui had potential in this aspect or not. After all, he was only 13 years old and was still in the initial stage of development. No matter how good his sword arts were, they were just child's play in his eyes. Yes, Yi Chun revealed a faint smile after a set of sword arts. Yin Jianwei noticed the Spirit Pill King and Yi Chun and said excitedly, "Grandpa, he is Yi Chun." "What Yi Chun?" "Yi Chun, from today onwards, he is your master," the Spirit Pill King shouted. "Master?" Yin Jianwei was still a little confused. The Spirit Pill King scolded, "Fool, your master has already agreed to accept you as a disciple. You are his first disciple. Why are you not kowtowing?" Yin Jianwei's face turned red. He quickly jumped to the lakeside and knelt in front of Yi Chun. "Disciple Yin Jianwei greets master." "Get up." Yi Chun helped Yin Jianwei up. A master was like a parent, so there was nothing wrong with accepting this kowtow. At this moment, Yin Jianwei still didn't believe it. A few months ago, he had only casually mentioned it to his grandpa. He didn't expect that he would really become Yi Chun's disciple today. It should be known that some of the masters who had taught him sword arts said that the number one sword art genius in this era was none other than Yi Chun. Even in the ancient era, Yi Chun was a sword art genius that could be counted on one's fingers. Yi Chun said solemnly, "I have never accepted a disciple. You are my first disciple. As the eldest disciple, not only must you set an example, you must also train diligently. You cannot slack off in the slightest." "Yes, disciple understands," Yin Jianwei said seriously. "On the first day of next month, you go to True Spirit Continent's Yi family. During this period of time, do everything you need to do." Yi family was tens of millions of li away from Pill King Island. Not returning for several years was normal. Saying goodbye to the Spirit Pill King, Yi Chun flew toward True Spirit Continent. As soon as he came back, Yi Chun refined the extreme grade yuan increasing pellet, which increased his cultivation by another 50 years, reaching 1,130 years. And he had only reached life and death realm half a year ago. 2 years of top-grade spirit tree culture fluid. One portion can increase the tree's maturity by 3,500 years, and the other can increase the tree's maturity by 4,000 years. Altogether, it is 7,500 years, which is enough to cultivate the fire pear tree into a 10,000-year top-grade spirit tree. However, watering the fire pear tree every day is also a troublesome thing. Sometimes, Yi Chun would go into closed-door training for 10 days to half a month. Sometimes, he would be so immersed in his sword training that he would lose track of time. So, it would be impossible to water the tree every day. Let Yin do this. Yin was a side branch disciple of Yi family. His sword art talent was ordinary, but he was very hardworking. He would not complain about anything. A while ago, Yi Chun had his eyes on him and asked him to go to the Spirit Cloud Mountain to take care of some errands for him. When he was free, he would teach him some basic sword arts, helping him build a good foundation. Yi was very attentive to the things Yi Chun asked him to do. He knew that his talent was not good, and he was also a side branch disciple. If nothing unexpected happened, he would at most be a normal attendant of the Yi family. However, he had caught the eye of Yi Chun. Yi Chun was the number one sword art genius in the outside world, but in the Yi family, he was like a god. not to mention a side branch disciple like him. Even a lot of geniuses of the Yi family would want to follow him. Because of this, a lot of people were envious of him. Some of the people who used to look down on him had now changed their attitudes. After leaving the cultivation fluid to Yi, Yichen calmed down and continued to study the sword move, Merciless Water and Fire. As the Fire Emperor's ultimate skill, Merciless Water and Fire was very difficult to cultivate, let alone turning it into a sword art. Not only did Yichen have to work hard to fuse the water and fire esoteric, he also had to create a sword move that could accommodate the two opposing esoteric. Fortunately, he had reached the 18th level of the sword realm and had seen thousands of sword arts. Each sword art contained a trace of sword art essence, which saved Yichen a lot of time to study. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Boom! An aquamarine flaming sword light swept out, and a row of huge rocks was burned into nothingness. A large crack appeared in the space, and the edges melted into crystals. Finally, small success. Merciless Water and Fire contained the water esoteric and fire esoteric. The color was the color of water, and the form was the form of fire. After reaching small success, it became an aquamarine flame. Don't look down on this aquamarine flame. Just a trace of it was enough to blast a mountain into pieces. It was very domineering. I wonder if my eldest disciple has sparred with Yi Xian? During this 1 month, the spirit Dan King personally brought Yan Jianhui to the Yi family. After the ceremony, Yan Jianhui officially became Yi Chen's first disciple. Perhaps it was because their ages were similar, but Yi Xian and Yan Jianhui were a little unconvinced and often found opportunities to spar. However, Yi Xian was older by 1 or 2 years, and he was often taught by Yi Chen. In their first spar, Yan Jianhui couldn't even take a single sword strike, and was defeated in a very embarrassing manner. Yi Chen found it funny, and according to Yan Jianhui's style, he chose a spring wind rain sword art for him to practice. He also explained a little, so that Yan Jianhui could understand the essence of the spring wind rain sword art. With Yi Chen's guidance, Yan Jianhui wasn't as embarrassed as the first time, but it was still very difficult for him to take a few moves from Yi Xian. This made him understand that within 1 or 2 years, it would be very difficult for him to surpass Yi Xian. Moreover, Yi Xian had killed people before, so his sword art was much more murderous than his. Sure enough, in a flat area of the Spirit Cloud Peak, Yan Jianhui and Yi Xian were sparring again, and Yi Xiaoxiao was teaching from the side. Shall we use your continuous drizzle to attack him? Sigh, it's continuous drizzle, not torrential rain. Yi Xiaoxiao had a look of defeat on her face. Don't blindly join in the fun. Yi Chen walked over and knocked Yi Xiaoxiao's head. Holding her head, Yi Xiaoxiao said proudly, "With my guidance, we can already take 5 moves. This is Yi Xian going easy on him. Otherwise, we won't be able to play anymore." Yi Chen sized up the 2 people on the field. In terms of style, Yan Jianhui was more agile. Every move he made seemed to be made by nature. However, compared to Yi Xian, he wasn't flexible enough, and neither was he sharp enough. Any random sword attack from Yi Xian would be able to hit his weak points. Jianhui, the essence of the spring breeze rain sword art is the word transform, not the spring breeze and rain. If you want to master this sword art, you must know how to change. Don't rigidly adhere to the form. Yi Chen said. Yan Jianhui had the root of wisdom. Hearing Yi Chen's words, his sword art suddenly changed, becoming more ordinary. When Yi Xian's sword art attacked, he would immediately change into the spring breeze, neutralizing his opponent's attack. When his opponent's old force had dissipated, he would change into the drizzle again, continuously attacking his opponent. Yi Xian was caught off guard and was forced to retreat. Ding! Suddenly, Yi Xian squinted his eyes and waved his sword, knocking away the treasured sword in Yan Jianwei's hand. That sword was one of Yi Xian's ultimate moves. Normally, he would only use ordinary moves to spar with Yan Jianwei. Compared to Yi Xian, Yan Jianwei was still lacking. He needed some time to convert his talent into strength. Chapter 963. As the days passed, Yi Chen's research on heartless water and fire became more and more thorough. As he perfected this move, Yi Chen could feel its destructive power more and more. Heartless water and fire meant heartless. Testing the sword art's power with inanimate objects is hard to find. I might as well go to the forbidden areas. Up until now, besides the Bloodlight Ocean, Yi Chen had not gone to any other king-grade forbidden areas. The Bloodlight Ocean was ranked fourth in the Blood Sky continent, but in terms of danger, it was only as dangerous as the top 7 king-grade forbidden areas. Yi Chen felt that it was time to go to some of the forbidden areas of the continent. According to Senior Yuan Emperor, the Savage Stone can only be formed in the Savage Mountains. Among all the forbidden areas of the continent, the Desolate Mountain Range, which is ranked third, has the largest Savage Mountains. Perhaps I can find a Savage Stone there. Savage Stone was the pass to enter the Savage Star. This time, Yi Chen not only wanted to go to the forbidden areas, but also to see if he could find a Savage Stone. Yi Xian Jianhui, if you want to comprehend the sword intent as soon as possible, you have to be sincere in your heart and in your sword. If you cannot do it now, you will have to rely on your cultivation to comprehend the sword intent in the future, which will be hard to achieve. Before leaving, Yi Chen said a few words to the two. Sincere in your heart and in your sword. Yan Jianwei frowned. Indeed, in this aspect, you can only rely on yourselves. No one else can help you. Sword intent was also the intent of the sword. If one did not comprehend it before the Sea of Souls realm, they would be able to comprehend it after reaching the Sea of Souls realm. However, it would have to rely on one's cultivation to comprehend it, so the potential would be very small. It was like building one's foundation. If one comprehended the sword intent at a very early age, the foundation would be very firm and indestructible. However, if one comprehended the sword intent after reaching the Sea of Souls realm, the foundation would be very unstable. All right, I have taught you the lone peak of 13 swords a few days ago. You guys train well. When I come back, I will see which of you has a deeper understanding of it. Today's lone peak of 13 swords was no longer the Sky Cloud Martial School's lone peak of 13 swords. Back then, the lone peak of 13 swords was just an incomplete version, and it was only a mid-rank mortal realm sword art. But after Yi Chen's improvement, the lone peak of 13 swords became a top-rank mortal realm sword art. Actually, Yi Chen could even change the lone peak of 13 swords into an earth realm or even a heaven realm sword art, but it would be pointless. If he changed it too much, it would no longer be the lone peak of 13 swords. Yi Chen just made some minor changes to make it perfect. Big brother, don't worry. I won't lose. Master, I won't lose either. Yan Jianwei had been abused by Yi Xian countless times. This was his chance to make a comeback. Yi Chen smiled. At this age, it was good to be competitive. Let them fight for it. The Desolate Mountain was located in the northern region, as the third-ranked king-grade forbidden place in the whole true spirit continent. The danger of the Desolate Mountain was naturally self-evident. Normally, only top king warriors would dare to enter the Desolate Mountain. The death rate for high-rank king warriors would be more than 50%. Even titled monarchs with 5-star battle power would be in grave danger if they entered the core area. In the past 100 years, 3 titled monarchs had disappeared in the Desolate Mountain, never to be seen again. HM, Snowflake Sword Emperor, The outer perimeter of the desolate mountain was shrouded in a layer of five-colored mist. It was an extremely poisonous five-poison miasma. If a normal warrior breathed it in, they would immediately turn into a bloody puddle. If a life-and-death realm warrior stayed in the mist for a long time, his Zhenyuan would be consumed at least 10 times faster than normal. Outside the five-poison miasma, a human figure flashed past, flying into the miasma. Yi Chun could see clearly that the person who had entered was indeed the Snowflake Sword Emperor, whom he had met once in the Pilking Convention. Someone from the Sky Sword Continent actually came to the true Spirit Continent. Yi Chun was a bit curious. After all, the Sky Sword Continent also had king-grade forbidden places. Could it be for the Savage Stone? No matter if it was the Blood Sky Land or the Sky Sword Land, when it came to the Savage Mountains, they were not as good as the true Spirit Continent. Without thinking too much, Yi Chun pushed his Zhenyuan and flew toward the five-poison miasma. Shoo! As soon as the five-poison miasma made contact with his protective Zhenyuan, it immediately rushed over like a leech, letting out a sizzling sound like boiling water being poured on the ground. After about 10 breaths' time, Yi Chun passed through the miasma and arrived in another world. This was a world that had preserved its original appearance. The ground, mountains, and all kinds of plants carried traces of ancient aura. The moment he appeared, Yi Chun had a feeling that he had gone back in time. This is the Tyrant tree. As his feet landed on the ground, Yi Chun's gaze fell on a tree that was only as tall as two people. If Yi Chun remembered correctly, this seemingly ordinary tree was the Tyrant tree. The Tyrant tree was not some kind of precious species. It was only an ordinary tree, but for normal warriors, it was a supreme treasure because the quality of this tree was extremely hard. When made into a wooden sword, it would be much harder than ordinary ungraded swords. Some rich and powerful families would also use the Tyrant tree to make precious furniture, but only one or two sets of furniture. As far as the eye could see, the forest formed by the Tyrant tree extended far into the distance. Some of the more ancient ones were actually dozens of meters tall, and each of their leaves looked like iron leaves. So many Tyrant tree. If ordinary people saw this, it would probably cause a huge commotion. Yi Chun chuckled. Those who could come in here were at least peak king warriors, and no one would sell the Tyrant tree, since it would damage their reputation. At most, they would plant a patch of Tyrant tree in their own sect. The savage, desolate, ancient place's savage chi was extremely dense. Being enveloped by this chi, no matter if it was the body or Zhenyuan, they would all be greatly suppressed. Moreover, the desolate ancient place's savage chi was 10 times denser than the savage, desolate ancient place. With Yi Chen's perception, even if a half-step king entered the desolate ancient place, they would only be able to fly at a low altitude. That horrifying savage chi would be like a huge mountain pressing down on their backs. Besides that, there were layers of dark clouds in the sky above the desolate ancient place. They were extremely thick, looking like lead clouds. These lead clouds could weaken the detection of soul power, making it impossible to see what was above. Indeed worthy of being the desolate ancient place. Yi Chen's understanding of the desolate ancient place came from books, so he did not know some of the details. Maintaining 100 meters distance from the ground, Yi Chen flew at a low altitude, gradually heading deeper into the desolate ancient place. Shoo! Shoo! A couple of tiny black shadows flew past Yi Chen, fast like phantoms. Even normal birds can be this fast. It must be as fast as the speed of sound. Yi Chen reached out his hand, and a black shadow was caught in his hand. Opening his palm, he saw that it was a little bird. It looked like it was only the size of an egg, but it was not light at all. It was like a rock of the same size. The little bird flapped its wings, trying to fly. Its wings were flapping fast like blades. Raising his palm slightly, the little bird escaped from his control and flew away quickly. What happened next was a bit strange. More and more birds and beasts started flying in Yi Chen's direction. There were eagles, leopards, and wolves. It seemed like a large-scale migration, but there was also a trace of panic. Something is chasing them away. Yi Chen guessed. Not daring to be careless, Yi Chen slightly slowed down, not changing his direction. Faint gusts of wind brushed past Yi Chen's face. As he went deeper, the gusts of wind became stronger and stronger, eventually turning into a suction force. Yi Chen saw with his own eyes a flock of birds being pulled back by this suction force. Then, they flew backwards at a speed even faster than before, unable to control themselves. On the ground, a mammoth the size of a house was lifted off the ground, also flying backwards, crazily neighing. What a powerful suction force! Yi Chen was extremely curious. Just what was in front of him that could cause so many animals in the desolate ancient place to flee? The skilled were bold. Yi Chen sped up, flying towards the source of the suction force. Soon, Yi Chen saw a giant black hole. This black hole was not a natural black hole, nor was it a black hole formed by the collapse of a planet. Instead, it was an open mouth. This mouth had a diameter of several dozen meters and could swallow a small house. But in Yi Chen's opinion, this mouth could swallow a giant mountain. With this open mouth as the starting point, a terrifying suction force burst forth. The nearby hills, trees, rocks, birds, and beasts were all unable to escape this suction force, and were all pulled into the giant mouth. Yi Chen discovered that the closer these things got to the giant mouth, the smaller they became. For example, a several hundred-meter tall hill, when it approached the giant mouth, it became only several dozen meters tall. The owner of the mouth was a giant beast that Yi Chen had never seen before in Elysium. It had 4 limbs, its hind limbs were on the ground, and its front limbs were small, hanging in front of its chest. Its head was long, like a crocodile's, but it was several times thicker. It also had a long tail, and its back was bulging. No matter how Yi Chen looked at it, he felt that this was a Tyrannosaurus rex that had been magnified several dozen times. The suction force gradually weakened. The Tyrannosaurus rex closed its mouth and coldly looked at Yi Chen. The surroundings were a complete mess, and everything had been razed to the ground. Yi Chen floated in the air, extremely eye-catching. This should be the desolate demon beast, barbaric dragon. Desolate demon beasts were also demon beasts. They were the earliest batch of demon beasts in Elysium. Although they were called demon beasts at that time, they were now called desolate demon beasts because they were the most ancient. Many modern demon beasts had a trace of their bloodline flowing through their veins. Desolate demon beasts had a special characteristic, and that was that it was very difficult for them to transform into humans. Their intelligence was also not very high, and they were quite ferocious. Many of their characteristics were similar to giant star beasts. The desolate mountain and Elysium were not directly connected. The desolate demon beasts here had survived generation after generation. Their bloodline was pure, and they would not become ordinary demon beasts. Roar! The barbaric dragon raised its head and roared. It took a big step and charged toward Yi Chen. Big guy, I didn't provoke you. After releasing the sword domain, the barbaric dragon's speed slowed down, and it could hardly move. An ominous glint flashed through the barbaric dragon's eyes. It tilted its upper body and swung its 100-meter-long tail at Yi Chen like a sharp knife, which was covered with a layer of yellow light. Yi Chen was just about to make a move to teach this powerful barbaric dragon that was as powerful as a high-ranked king warrior. Suddenly, 3 blade lights flashed, and the barbaric dragon was cut into 3. An earthy yellow beast core flew out and landed in the hand of a middle-aged man with a cold face. My luck is not bad. I didn't get a beast core even after killing 3 desolate demon beasts, but this barbaric dragon actually has won. The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Chen and left. Chapter 964. Prison King. Yi Chen mumbled one word. The stern middle-aged man was none other than the sect leader of the Prison Gate, one of the 9 great sects of true spirit continent, the Prison King. According to the rumors, the Prison King was a peak king with battle strength similar to the evil king, a 4-star tyrant. Unexpectedly, he was already a titled monarch, not any weaker than the yellow-robed old freak. However, it was understandable. After all, the rumors were in the past. Without stopping the other party, Yi Chen allowed the Prison King to leave. This Yi Chen doesn't dare to stop me. It seems like he doesn't have the confidence to do so. While flying, a cold smile appeared on the corner of the Prison King's mouth. He had only used 80% of his power to kill the barbaric dragon. The demonic beasts of desolate land had a special characteristic, and that was their huge bodies. They were bloodthirsty and cruel, unlike the current demonic beasts, which had big bodies and small bodies, cruel and docile ones. Since entering the desolate mountain, the smallest demonic beast Yi Chen had seen was the size of a water buffalo. It was a desolate poisonous mosquito which could suck a mammoth dry in one breath. Unlike the Prison King, Yi Chen did not kill the demonic beasts of desolate land and seize their beast cores. The beast cores of demonic beasts would transform into demonic power at the Sea of Soul Realm. However, a small portion of the demonic beasts would still have beast cores, which were the essence of their demonic power. However, these demonic beasts could only be found in the desolate mountain and some other rare places. Killing them would be too much of a pity. However, there was one kind of demonic beast that Yi Chen had no choice but to kill, and that was the blood-winged dragon that came from the leaden clouds. This kind of demonic beast was obsessed with flesh and blood. Yi Chen had let them off time and time again, but he ended up being chased by a group of blood-winged dragons. It should be known that a blood-winged dragon was equivalent to a high-step king, and its speed was as fast as a bloody light. Even if Yi Chen was a titled monarch, he would still have to flee in a sorry state. Therefore, he had learned his lesson. If he encountered a blood-winged dragon, he would kill it first. Otherwise, he would have to run for his life again when it called for its companions. Along the way, Yi Chen also obtained 2 beast dawn of the blood-winged dragon. One was as big as a bowl, and the other was a bit deformed, with many bumps and bumps, with dark yellow light flowing on its surface. The former contained a large amount of king-level beast chi, while the latter contained several times more beast chi than the former, and carried a trace of savage aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Caw! A shriek suddenly came from above the lead cloud. The voice penetrated everything, and it seemed to be extremely angry. This voice, could it be the blood-winged dragon king? An ordinary blood-winged dragon had the strength of a high-level king. An elite blood-winged dragon had the strength of a peak king, and a blood-winged dragon king had the strength of a titled emperor king. Of course, this did not mean that the weakest blood-winged dragon was a high-level king. The main reason was that the great desolate mountain was not only extremely dangerous to outsiders, it was also dangerous to the life forms that lived within. Blood-winged dragons with strength lower than a high-level king would normally not come out to hunt. At least, Yi Chen had never seen one. Running is the best choice. The blood-winged dragon king was not that easy to kill, and if the battle dragged on for too long, it would become a very troublesome matter. Releasing his sword domain, Yi Chen turned into a beam of sword light and flew out, disappearing into the depths of the great desolate mountain. The lead cloud above Yi Chen's head cracked open, and a blood-red blood-winged dragon, which was 10 times larger than an ordinary blood-winged dragon, swooped down. Its body was not only larger, but also more robust. on the surface of its blood-red skin. There were also specks of yellow light flickering, which were similar to the deformed beast Dawn that Yi Chun had obtained before. Crack! A hard mountain peak was crushed into pieces. Somewhere in the depths of the great, desolate mountain, a bewitching woman wearing dark green clothes was fighting with an elite blood-winged dragon. The bewitching woman's weapon was a pair of jade scimitars. As she waved the scimitars, countless jade scimitars flashed in the air like crescent moons hanging in the sky, leaving behind bone-deep scars on the elite blood-winged dragon's body. If someone was here right now, they would definitely recognize her. The second king of the chaotic demon ocean, Cassiopeia King. However, this elite blood-winged dragon was even scarier than Cassiopeia King had imagined. Not only was it as fast as lightning, but it also managed to dodge most of the scimitars. The sharp claws on its wings would occasionally break through her protective Zhen Yuan, leaving traces on her green armor. The claw power passed through the armor, causing her blood to boil. I can only use my killing move now. Cassiopeia King yelled as she crossed her scimitars and slashed at the elite blood-winged dragon. Swoosh! Half of the elite blood-winged dragon's body was cut into 4 pieces. At the same time, Cassiopeia King grunted as her left arm and scimitar fell off her body. It turned out that the moment the elite blood-winged dragon was killed, it had also used its last bit of power to tear off her left arm with one claw attack. Come back! Cassiopeia King sucked back her left arm and the scimitar in her left hand, reconnecting them to the left side of her body. Her flesh wriggled, and she recovered in an instant. This beast Dan is a bit strange. After killing the elite blood-winged dragon, Cassiopeia King was lucky enough to get a beast Dan. Her beast Dan was very similar to the one Yi Chun had gotten. Putting away the beast Dan, Cassiopeia King's body flashed and was about to leave. Not good. Very abruptly, the body that had been sent flying was bounced back and forth a few times. Hurriedly activating his soul power, the Cassiopeia King discovered that the air around him was filled with layers of spider webs that were hard to see with the naked eye. These spider webs were unbelievably large and faintly glowed with 5 colors. It was difficult to notice them with just a sweep of soul power. Only by careful observation could one notice them. Black Mountain Queen, there is no enmity between us. Let me go, and I will pretend nothing happened. Cassiopeia King's body was stuck to the spider webs. She struggled a few times, but could not break free. How did you know it was me? The Black Mountain Queen, who was wearing a long black robe and equally beautiful, appeared from the void. Other than you, only the Black Mountain Ancestor can trap me with spider webs. But with the Black Mountain Ancestor's power, there is no need for him to target me. Cassiopeia King said calmly. Indeed, my ancestor would not lower himself to deal with you. The Black Mountain Queen nodded. Then please let me go. Although the Cassiopeia King was a peak king, the Black Mountain Queen was even more famous. The Black Mountain Queen's actual battle prowess was at most a low-tier 4-star king, but even peak 4-star kings wouldn't provoke her. Her spider webs could be set up anywhere. Once caught, it would be extremely difficult to escape. However, the Black Mountain Queen could set up layers upon layers of spider webs. Letting you go is impossible, Cassiopeia King. 2 more figures appeared. The one who spoke was a yellow-robed old man with a jade-like face. Heaven Illusion King, Iron Bone King. Cassiopeia King's face turned unsightly. Heaven Illusion King was the Void Gate's first Supreme Elder. He had already reached peak 4-star battle strength many years ago, and now he might even have the battle strength of a 4-star Tyrant. Iron Bone King was the leader of Lin Clan, one of the 4 great clans of True Spirit Continent. He walked the path of body refinement and could be said to be unparalleled in close combat. The The three of you ganging up on me, aren't you afraid of my Chaos Demon Ocean's leader finding out? Cassiopeia King knew that today was not going to be a good day. How could the other party not know of the leader, Demon Flower Emperor's existence? The reason he asked this question was to buy him some time to escape. This is true Spirit Continent, not Blood Sky Continent. If you think that demonic Flower Emperor and mysterious Queen can act unbridled in Blood Sky Continent, they can do the same in true Spirit Continent, then you are gravely mistaken. If demonic Flower Emperor doesn't come, then it would be fine. But since she has come, then let her suffer a bit. Sky Ethereal King's expression was calm as he looked down on Cassiopeia King. You should say this to my leader face to face. Cassiopeia King's face turned ashen. These three were too impudent. Less nonsense. You won't be able to escape today. As the great calamity of the foreign races approached, the voices against the demonic humans rose once again. Apart from a few kings, the majority of the kings didn't like the demonic humans. They had already begun to move in the dark, wanting to eliminate or imprison the demonic humans to prevent them from siding with the demons in the future. Demon Flower Emperor had made a deal with Yichun in order to prepare for a rainy day. He hoped that Yichun could help the demonic humans overcome this crisis one day. Xianhou and Yichun are also my Chaos Demon Ocean's allies. Aren't you afraid of them denouncing us? Cassiopeia King could sense the gravity of the situation. Today, she had to escape true Spirit Continent and inform the leader. Otherwise, who knew how many demonic humans would suffer? This was not something she wanted to see. Humph, Xianhou and Yichun are merely ingrates. The human race nurtured them, but they helped outsiders. But it doesn't matter. If we kill you today, I don't think they will dare say anything. Ironbone King sneered. Whirlwind chop. All of a sudden, the Cassiopeia King's body that was stuck to the spider web began to spin. The jade scimitar in his hand spun along with his body like a giant spiral cutter. The sound of steel snapping rang out as it cut through the spider web. While speaking, Cassiopeia King had been accumulating power, wanting to break through the web in an instant. Run! Breaking through the web, Cassiopeia King's figure flickered as his curved blade slashed at the layers of web in front of him. Cassiopeia King, do you think we don't know that you're fighting for an opportunity for yourself? Heaven Ethereal King made a grabbing motion, and a powerful binding power shrouded Cassiopeia King. Damn it! Cassiopeia King's speed immediately slowed down. If he continued to break through at this speed, he would be stuck by the web again. At that time, he would truly have no way out. Go back! Taking advantage of Heaven Ethereal King holding Cassiopeia King, Ironbone King appeared in front of Cassiopeia King and punched out. The fist power was incomparably tyrannical. Because of its extreme speed and strength, a white halo appeared in front of the fist. Bang! Cassiopeia King was blasted back, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Cassiopeia King, you can't escape. Black Mountain Queen shook her head. Today, no one can save you. Heaven Ethereal King also said, Is that so? Yichun, want to save her. How can you stop me? Right at this moment, a sword chi flickered. The layers of web couldn't even withstand it for a moment, and a figure flew in. If it wasn't Yichun, who else could it be? Chapter 965. The spider web was connected to Black Mountain Queen's mind. Breaking one or two layers wouldn't have much effect on her. However, Yichun broke all of the spider web, causing Black Mountain Queen to let out a muffled groan, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. Yichun! Black Mountain Queen stared at Yichun. Time flew, and the little genius in 4 Extreme Emperor's tomb had already grown to such an extent that even she had to look up to him. She had heard that black water ancestor, who had shaken Elysium for hundreds of years, had died at his hands. Nirvana Demon Emperor's soul had also suffered a heavy injury, and he was almost killed by Demon Flower Emperor and Xianhou. Although Nirvana Demon Emperor had obtained heaven-abandoning emperor's inheritance and could contend against Golden Turtle Ancestor, from the fact that Nirvana Demon Emperor didn't directly cause trouble for Yi Chen, it was clear that he was apprehensive of Yi Chen and his allies. Not only Nirvana Demon Emperor, but the news of Golden Turtle Ancestor's defeat at Yi family had also spread. Your Highness Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen, Cassiopeia King heaved a sigh of relief. With Yi Chen here, these three clearly couldn't kill her. Since Yi Chen hadn't been to conferred King Palace, Cassiopeia King addressed him as Your Highness out of respect. Patriarch had said that Yi Chen's strength had already reached an unfathomable level, and he was improving almost every day. Thus, addressing him as Your Highness was not inappropriate. Yi Chen nodded. Don't worry. With me here, they can't touch you. Ironbone King's brows creased. He didn't like this Yi Chen. When Yi Chen entered the life and death realm, Yi clan held a banquet. Among the 4 great clans, only Lin clan didn't attend. Yi Chen, I've heard of you. You're one of the few geniuses in this era. However, I advise you to put yourself in the right place. Don't go against the entire Elysium just because of the demonic humans. Anyone who stands in the way of the Elysium's advancement will be crushed to pieces. You're no exception. Is that so? However, you cannot represent Elysium. You are not worthy. Yi Chen turned his head and looked at the Ironbone King. Clenching his fists, the Ironbone King suddenly smiled and said, I heard you killed the yellow-robed old freak, and the other 2, Ironbone King, don't believe it. Your true strength should only be low 5-star. The Ironbone King didn't believe that Yi Chen could kill the yellow-robed old freak and the other 2 alone. Xianhou and Demon Flower Emperor must have used some method to help him. After all, there was no bystander on the scene. As the saying goes, seeing is believing, hearing is believing. This saying was not a joke. Although he, the Ironbone King, was a 4-star overlord, as long as he got close, even a low 5-star battle strength wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. You can give it a try, but don't blame me if I don't hold back and injure you. Yi Chen said indifferently, Injure me? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The Ironbone King was a body-refining monarch, so his physical defense was extremely strong. In the past, he had also been chased by a titled monarch, but he had only suffered some light injuries. As he spoke, he secretly sent a message to the Heaven Oasis King. I'll test his strength first. If he's only low 5-star battle strength, the 3 of us together will be enough to suppress him. Be careful. The Heaven Oasis King remained calm. Yi Chen, please enlighten me. The Ironbone King's eyes emitted a strong battle intent. Other than Yi Chen and the Ironbone King, everyone else retreated hundreds of miles away. The Cassiopeia King secretly sent a message to Yi Chen. Your Highness Yi Chen, don't fight him in close combat. Although I know you don't fear him with your strength, it will still be troublesome. In fact, the Cassiopeia King really wanted to see what level Yi Chen's strength had reached. As the Ironbone King had said, seeing is believing. Many things could only be believed after seeing with one's own eyes. Yi Chen smiled indifferently. In close combat, he will lose even more miserably. Before the Cassiopeia King could figure out what this meant, the Ironbone King made his move. His first move was a killing move, punching at Yi Chen's head with a black energy like mist, the Heaven and Earth Destruction Fist. The fist energy is quite strong. Yi Chen's figure flickered, and the black fist energy passed by him. Ha! You know that I specialize in close combat, but you still dare not pull away. You are indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. The Ironbone King was overjoyed. He instantly appeared in front of Yi Chun, his fists like arrows, throwing out countless punches. Having trained his body to this level, the Iron Bone King's every punch was unbelievably fast and powerful. He shouldn't be lying. The Cassiopeia King stared unblinkingly at Yi Chun, waiting to see how he would deal with this. Iron Bone King, I'll show you what speed is. Be it the Queen of Black Mountain, the Heaven Illusionary King, or the Cassiopeia King, none of them could see how Yi Chun drew his sword. Even the Iron Bone King only saw a blur before his eyes, and countless sword lights burst forth. Clang, 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 clang. The sword lights were not only fast, but also very accurate. Following the gaps in the fist energy, they slashed at the Iron Bone King's chest. The Iron Bone King threw hundreds of punches, and Yi Chun threw thousands of sword attacks. But the difference was that the Iron Bone King's punch did not hit Yi Chun, while Yi Chun's sword hit him without exception. Puchi, the last sword was like lightning in the night, sweeping across the Iron Bone King's neck. As blood spurted, the Iron Bone King's head flew up, his eyes filled with fear. How is this possible? How can I not hit you with one punch? The Iron Bone King roared. There is no sword in the hand, but there is a sword in the heart. You won't understand this realm. Reaching this realm meant that one had no flaws to speak of. Unless there was a huge difference in strength or an opponent of the same realm, no one could suppress Yi Chun in close combat. I won't kill you, but if there's a next time, I'll definitely kill you. The Iron Bone King was a body-refining king, and in the study of the physical body, he was comparable to ordinary monarchs. He was only one step away from the blood rebirth realm. Cutting off his head would not kill him. The head connected to the body, and the Iron Bone King spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Although he was a body-refining king with strong physical defense and supreme great armor that blocked most of the damage, it was already very rare for him to not die after thousands of sword attacks. With a swish, the Iron Bone King quickly retreated away from Yi Chun. Just like the Iron Bone King, I don't want to kill you. Leave. Yi Chun looked at the Black Mountain Queen and the Heaven Illusionary King. The Black Mountain Queen said, Yi Chun, you have a lot of potential, but you will bring disaster upon yourself. This time, the matter of targeting the demonic human race has already been approved by many monarchs. With just you alone, even with Xianhou and the Demon Flower Emperor, you won't be able to stop this momentum. If you forcefully stop it, you will only be crushed. The demonic human race has not betrayed Elysium. Just because there is this possibility, you want to kill them. In other words, it is not just the demonic human race that might betray Elysium. Is it impossible for some of the humans and beasts to do the same? Do you want to kill everyone in the world? Yi Chun said coldly. The Heaven Illusionary King said, the blood of demons flows in the demonic human race. They are born with demonic nature, which makes it easier for them to betray Elysium. Just in case they have to die or be controlled. My true spirit continent cannot afford to lose, and does not dare to lose. Yi Chun, if you don't want to become a sinner of Elysium, you'd better not interfere in this matter. What if I insist on interfering? Today you can save Cassiopeia King, but you can't save the entire demonic human race. What a joke! Since Elysium allows my existence, I'll show you how I stop them. As long as the demonic human race does not betray us, I will protect them. Insane. Black Mountain Queen shook her head. Yi Chun's actions were no different from smashing an egg against a rock. Today, it was her who had come. If it had been her grandmaster, Yi Chun wouldn't have been able to escape, not to mention the other titled monarchs. Hearing these words, the Heaven Illusionary King's gaze turned cold. This Yi Chun was really stubborn. Did he really think that he was invincible after becoming a titled monarch? Why speak so much nonsense? Let me kill this Cassiopeia King. A figure suddenly appeared above Cassiopeia King. It was the Hell King. He stretched out his right hand, and 3 blade lights shot out from his palm. It was precisely the move he had used to kill Barbarian Dragon. Humph! Yi Chen's figure shifted through the void, appearing before Cassiopeia King in an instant. The Sky Scorpio sword swept through the void, and a sword light shot out like a waterfall, shattering the 3 blade lights. Yi Chen, get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The Hell King said sternly, Hell King, I didn't find trouble with you, yet you came to find trouble with me. Do you think I'm a pushover that you can bully as you please? The Hell King had killed Barbarian Dragon right in front of him. Evidently, he didn't put him in his eyes. After all, with Barbarian Dragon's strength, it was impossible for him to do anything to Yi Chen. If he was stronger than Yi Chen, then he would have done Yi Chen a great favor by killing Barbarian Dragon. On the other hand, he was completely ignoring him. However, Yi Chen didn't want to make things difficult for the Hell King over such a trivial matter. In his opinion, it wasn't worth it. As long as the other party didn't provoke him, it was fine. The Hell King sneered. Yi Chen, don't think too highly of yourself. Do you really think that no one in this world can do anything to you? It's just that they don't want to make a move. Get out of the way, or I won't mind letting you see blood. There are some things that you can't and don't have the ability to care about. Let me see blood? Let's see if you have the ability. Ridiculous. Hell-breaking slash. The Hell King raised his arm high. His entire arm glowed with an intense grayish-black light, as though it had turned into a blade used to behead prisoners. Boom! Shockwaves rolled out, making way for the blade light. The Hell King's blade light was only tens of meters long at first, but in the next instant, it turned into a large expanse of grayish-black light. The blade light was everywhere, like the sun in the sky, sprinkling down its radiance and destroying the haze. Quick, the Hell King is making a move. Yi Chen definitely won't have an easy time. Black Mountain Queen, set up a spider web to prevent Yi Chen from escaping with the Cassiopeia King. The Heaven Illusionary King said to the Black Mountain Queen. All right. The Black Mountain Queen opened her arms, shooting out countless multicolored spider webs invisible to the naked eye. But soon, her expression froze, and the speed at which she shot out the spider webs also slowed down. Facing the Hell King's killer move, Yi Chen slashed out with his sword. A cold sword astral tore through the boundless blade light, like a shooting star in the dark, starry sky, streaking across the night sky. Autumn Water Sword Art's third style, bone-breaking. Pooh! Without any suspense, the Hell King was sent flying, blood spurting out of his mouth. Chapter 966. Prison King, who had been famous for more than 100 years and was as famous as Xianhou and Evil King, couldn't even take a single strike from Yi Chen. Although they were both 4-star overlords when they were at the same level after so many years, each of them had made great progress. For example, Xianhou had reached high stage 5-star battle strength. Prison King was slightly inferior, but he was also at mid-stage 5-star battle strength. Combined with Prison Sec's unique punishment martial arts, his battle strength was infinitely close to high-stage 5-star battle strength. However, he still couldn't take a single strike from Yi Chen. Gasp! Cassiopeia King sucked in a breath of cold air. He finally understood why the Patriarch thought so highly of Yi Chen and made a deal with Yi Chen the moment he entered life and death realm. Today's strike, I'll remember it. Prison King was both startled and furious. He felt that he was not Yi Chen's opponent, and he didn't have the face to stay here any longer. Borrowing the power of Yi Chen's strike, he flew off into the distance. Let's go as well. Sky Ethereal King expressionlessly turned around and left. The last to leave was the Black Mountain Queen. She hesitated for a moment before saying, Be careful! The Black Mountain lineage specializes in using spider webs to trap enemies. Therefore, it is very likely that my Grandmaster will be invited out of the mountain to deal with people like you who are proficient in the profound mysteries of space or extremely fast titled emperors. Many thanks for the reminder. If possible, I don't want to become enemies with your ancestor. Black Mountain Ancestor, Dragon King, Black Dragon Old Ancestor, and Golden Turtle Old Ancestor could be said to be 4 old antiques, apart from Dragon King. The other 3 were all demonic beasts. Each of them was over 1,000 years old, and the oldest among them was Black Mountain Ancestor. Just like Golden Turtle Old Ancestor, he often went into seclusion. Therefore, not many people under life and death realm knew of him. However, those who did know of him knew how frightening he was. Black Mountain Ancestor's battle strength was secondary. His spider webs were the most frightening. As long as you give up your alliance with demonic human clan, my ancestor won't deal with you. Black Mountain Queen glanced at Cassiopeia King and said. Yichen smiled. He wasn't afraid of Black Mountain Ancestor, but he didn't want another enemy. Of course, he wouldn't explain too much either. I'll leave first. In a flash, the Queen of Black Mountain disappeared into the sky. Cassiopeia King, what are your plans now? After the Queen of Black Mountain left, Yichen turned around and asked the King of Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia King bowed towards Yichen. Many thanks to Your Highness Yichen for saving me. I wonder if Your Highness Yichen can send me to the chaotic demon ocean? I'm afraid that I'll be hunted down once I leave. The King of Cassiopeia was not afraid of the virtuous king and the Ironbone King. As long as she wanted to escape, they could not stop her. What she was afraid of was the Queen of Black Mountain. Yichen nodded. All right. Although the distance between true spirit continent and chaotic demonic ocean was hundreds of millions of li, it was not very far for Yichen and Cassiopeia King. Even the slowest peak kings could travel 100,000 li in a blink of an eye. On the outskirts of the desolate ridge, a little bird resting on a tree saw Yichen and the Cassiopeia King and flew out. It looks like this Yichen is determined to protect the demonic human clan. In the distance, the virtuous king's expression was gloomy. The demon flower emperor was temporarily not in the chaotic demon ocean. After asking, he found out that the demon flower emperor had gone to the starry sky and would return in a few days. Without the demon flower emperor, Yichen did not plan to linger in the chaotic demon ocean and returned to the desolate ridge. In the blink of an eye, Yichen had stayed in the desolate ridge for 6 days. In these 6 days, Yichen had killed at least 20, if not 30 blood-winged dragons. On average, he would encounter 5 or 6 of them every day. Moreover, this was the result of him finishing them quickly. Otherwise, there would have been even more blood-winged dragons. After killing 20 to 30 blood-winged dragons, Yichen obtained another 5 beast cores. However, among these beast cores, there were no longer any deformed beast cores. It was all very normal. Senior Yuan Emperor said that these deformed beast cores contain desolate power. As long as I collect enough desolate power, I can use it to sense the places that might contain desolate stones. When the blood-winged dragons devoured things with desolate power, their bodies would produce desolate power. This meant that the blood-winged dragons had been to those places. Unfortunately, the blood-winged dragons were very difficult to tame. Only by taming a blood-winged dragon with desolate power could one find the place. Otherwise, it would be a waste of effort. On this day, Yichen encountered a formidable opponent. It was a blood-winged dragon king. Moreover, it was a blood-winged dragon king that had devoured desolate power. As soon as this blood-winged dragon king saw Yichen, it madly pounced at him. It was extremely ferocious, as if it had the intention and determination to tear Yi Chun into 1,000 pieces. Boom, 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 boom. One human and one beast fought fiercely. This Blood-Winged Dragon King is so strong. Yi Chun consecutively used the 8 trigrams extermination sword art and the Autumn Water Sword art's third move, Breaking Bone, but it only left a few sword marks on the Blood-Winged Dragon King's skin. It was harmless. This Blood-Winged Dragon King's defense was not much weaker than Golden Turtle Patriarch's. Roar. The Blood-Winged Dragon King was also very angry. It wasn't that it hadn't fought with powerful monarchs before. Some monarchs were even stronger than Yi Chun, but it had a strong defense. It could at least make the other party look very miserable. However, Yi Chun's close combat strength was simply incredible. It had been hit countless times, but it hadn't injured him even once. How could it not be annoyed? Suddenly, a large amount of yellow light gathered at the front of the Blood-Winged Dragon King's wings. This yellow light emitted an astonishing desolate power. The yellow light kept condensing and finally compressed into a thin line. It stuck to the Blood-Winged Dragon King's wings like 2 sharp blades and slashed at Yi Chun. Its desolate power. Yi Chun didn't dare to be careless. The Autumn Water Sword art's third move, Breaking Bone, met it head-on. Boom! As the yellow light gushed out, Yi Chun flew back, a trace of blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. The Blood-Winged Dragon King's attack this time was more than twice as fast and powerful, causing Yi Chun to suffer a little. Swish! Unforgiving, the Blood-Winged Dragon King attacked again, its wings like heavenly blades, slashing. Fine, I'll use you to test the merciless water and fire's power and shortcomings. Eyes narrowed into a line, Yi Chun held the Sky Scorpio sword with both hands and slashed upwards. Immediately, a dark green flame sword light crazily rolled out. The frightening sword, Aura, seemed to be able to pierce through the blue dome of the desolate ridge. The next moment, it was as if thunder had struck the ground. An earth-shattering sound exploded, and Yi Chun and the Blood-Winged Dragon King were blown backward. The former puked out a mouthful of blood, while the latter's wings were scorched black. Blood also flowed out of its mouth and nose. The result was that both sides were injured, and the Blood-Winged Dragon King's injuries were more serious. Good, come again. Yi Chun's battle-intent sword. His body twisted in the air. Following an arc, he attacked the Blood-Winged Dragon King. At the same time, the Blood-Winged Dragon King's scorched black wings also recovered instantly. With a flap of its wings, its huge body was like a blood-red shooting star, fiercely slamming towards Yi Chun. One human and one beast continuously collided and separated, going back and forth dozens of times. It was incomparably violent. Break for me. Relying on the sword in hand and sword in heart realm on the 20th collision, Yi Chun took the initiative and slashed at the joint of the Blood-Winged Dragon King's right wing. That place was covered with the least yellow light and was also the weakest part. The dark green flame sword light cut through the yellow light, almost cutting off the Blood-Winged Dragon King's entire right wing. Roar! The Blood-Winged Dragon King miserably screamed and unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of yellow light towards Yi Chun. Caught off guard, Yi Chun's protective Zhenyuan layer was easily shattered by the yellow light like tofu. His bronze armor, which was not an extreme rank defensive item, had a huge hole punctured through it, and his body was pierced through. Dragon breath. Yi Chun was shocked. This Blood-Winged Dragon King had actually spat out a dragon breath that only a giant dragon could do. However, it was obvious that the Blood-Winged Dragon King was not in a good condition either. Its spirit was extremely weak, and it did not have the time to take this opportunity to kill Yi Chun. Instead, it flapped its wings and shot up into the sky, disappearing above the dark clouds. The flesh and blood squirmed, and the punctured chest recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. So close! If it had been aimed at my head, I would have died for sure. Taking off the bronze armor, Yichen stored it in his storage ring. This pseudo-extreme rank item had finally come to an end. Fortunately, after killing the Blackwater ancestor, Yichen had obtained his extreme rank battle armor, Black Demon. Even though it was only a low extreme rank armor, its defensive power was still far beyond the bronze armor. Putting on the armor, Yichen quickly left the place in order to avoid being surrounded by a large number of Bloodwing Dragon Kings. In the vast, starry sky, an unbalanced battle was taking place. The weaker side was the Demon Flower Emperor, and she had as many as 3 enemies: the Air Emperor, the Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor, and a white-haired elder in colorful robes. Demon Flower Emperor, watch my spear. The Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor's spear art was extremely aggressive. With one spear thrust, it was like a meteor shower, covering the Demon Flower Emperor with an astonishing aura. Dang! The Demon Flower Emperor activated her demon eyes and easily saw the most threatening spear light within the meteor shower. She threw out a punch, and sparks flew everywhere. The Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor's figure appeared, holding a golden long spear. The tip of the spear pressed against the Demon Flower Emperor's fist, unable to move an inch forward. The golden long spear even started to bend. This Demon Flower Emperor is indeed powerful. The golden long spear straightened, and the Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor bounced back. Boundless smoke dust sky. Just as the Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor bounced back, the Air Emperor's ace attack arrived. His whole body was shrouded in an illusory white smoke which covered the sky and the ground. Accompanied by the Air Emperor's fist aura, it bombarded the Demon Flower Emperor. Pooh! At this moment, the Devil Flower Emperor had just repelled the Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor. Just as he was about to unleash his new strength, he exchanged a punch with the Space Emperor and was instantly defeated. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, the Demon Flower Emperor frowned. 5 Poison King, you dare to poison me? As soon as the protective Zhenyuan was broken, the Demon Flower Emperor inhaled a strand of qi. This qi was extremely sinister, directly fusing with the Demon Flower Emperor's demonic power. The multicolor-robed old man laughed heartily. Demon Flower Emperor, how can you say such foolish words? We're enemies. If I don't poison you, who will I poison? Today, you'd better obediently let yourself be captured. The multicolor-robed old man was the leader of the 5 Poison Sect, one of the 9 great sects of true spirit continent. 5 Poison King. He himself only had the strength of a peak king, but his poison skills were second to none. Even titled monarchs were apprehensive of him. After injuring the Demon Flower Emperor with one punch, the Air Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said, "In this starry sky, no one can help you. We were waiting for you to enter the starry sky before making our move." The Demon Flower Emperor was a titled monarch like him. If the 3 of them joined hands, defeating him would be easy, but killing or capturing him would be extremely difficult. The 5 Poison King's purpose was to weaken the Demon Flower Emperor's strength, making him weaker and weaker. Chapter 9, 67. Very good. I didn't think that you would be so impatient to act against the demonic human tribe. However, if you want me to surrender, that will depend on whether you have the ability or not. At the same time, the Devil Flower Emperor's eyes turned pure red, and a flower image floated within them. Devouring Blood Flower. Both hands rapidly formed seals. The Demon Flower Emperor's aura continued to rise. The violent aura caused the nearby meteorites to explode, sending dust everywhere. Be careful, she's about to erupt. Among the 3, The Air Emperor was the strongest. He said with a solemn expression, in a one-on-one fight, the Air Emperor wasn't confident that he could deal with the Demon Flower Emperor. Although the Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor and 5 Poison King had joined them, it didn't mean that they could ignore the Demon Flower Emperor. On the contrary, they had to be extremely careful. Who knew what kind of battle strength the Demon Flower Emperor would display when she risked her life? Perhaps she could even kill 1 or 2 of them. Without the need for the Space Emperor to transmit his voice, the Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor could tell from the Devil Flower Emperor's aura that the other party was preparing his strongest attack. At this time, it was extremely unwise to appear. They only needed to wait for the poison released by the 5 Poison King to slowly spread within the Devil Flower Emperor's body. There was no need to risk their lives to resist it. As for 5 Poison King, he had already arrived behind the Air Emperor and the Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor. With the 2 of them blocking the Demon Flower Emperor's full power attack, he was confident he could deal with the remaining shockwaves. All of a sudden, a blood flower materialized from below, swallowing the 3 of them. This blood flower had a diameter of more than 10,000 miles. Not to mention swallowing people, it could even swallow a small planet. After swallowing the 3 of them, the blood flower became smaller and smaller. Finally, it stabilized at a size of 1,000 meters. The flower bud was tightly wrapped, like a flower that hadn't bloomed yet. However, its color was blood red, and it was filled with a frightening aura. Puff! After doing all of this, the Demon Flower Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face was pale to the extreme. She didn't hesitate to turn around and fly into the depths of the starry sky, and it wasn't long before she disappeared without a trace. A moment after the Demon Flower Emperor left, the blood-colored flower swelled up. When it swelled up to a few hundred times its original size, the blood-colored flower suddenly exploded. The terrifying shockwave sent the nearest star flying away. Along the way, the star quickly disintegrated. Dazzling fireworks exploded, bringing a moment of light to the pitch-black starry sky. In the center of the explosion, the Air Emperor and the other 2 had ugly expressions. As expected of the Demon Flower Emperor, he still has this move. The Air Emperor thought that he had prepared everything. He was proficient in Space Profound, and the 5 Poison King was proficient in Poison Profound. In addition, he had the powerful Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor, so he didn't have any flaws. After all, the Demon Flower Emperor's escaping ability was only average, not the best. The 5 Poison King sneered. Although it's a pity to let her escape, she has also been poisoned by my Rong Yuan poison. Unless she disperses all of her cultivation, she won't be able to expel the poison. A poisoned Demon Flower Emperor isn't scary, and a Demon Flower Emperor dispersing all of her cultivation is even less scary. Once she disperses all of her cultivation, she won't be able to recover even 1/10 of her original strength within a few years. Moreover, dispersing all of her cultivation should be done as soon as possible. If it's too late, the Rong Yuan poison isn't something to be trifled with. What a frightening Rong Yuan poison! The Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor couldn't help but frown. Even the Demon Flower Emperor was in such a sorry state. If he was poisoned, he wouldn't be any better off. Fortunately, the Rong Yuan poison couldn't penetrate the protective Zhen Yuan. As long as the protective Zhen Yuan wasn't broken, the 5 Poison King wouldn't be able to do anything to him. At most, he would be on guard. After all, the 5 Poison King's poison research was the best in the world. Who knew what other poison abilities he had? The plan to capture the Demon Flower Emperor has failed, but the next plan must be carried out. The Air Emperor said expressionlessly. The Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor nodded. It's just the chaotic demon ocean. Even if she betrays Elysium, it won't be a big deal. What can truly affect the overall situation is the human-demon homeland. In the depths of the starry sky, on a desolate star, thousands of li below the surface of the star, the demon flower emperor was sitting cross-legged with a layer of green chi covering her body. What a good Rome, Yuan poison. Unless I destroy all of my cultivation, even a little bit of it will revive and become stronger. The demon flower emperor frowned. As a human demon, she had inherited the bloodline of the demon's flower demons. Flowers were beautiful, but there were naturally evil ones. The demon's demon flower was a flower that contained dark power. Normally, as long as it wasn't those forbidden poisons, ordinary poisons should be ineffective against her. However, a flower demon was a flower demon, and a human demon was a human demon. Although the two were related, human demons had only inherited part of their abilities. If she was a real flower demon, she would naturally be able to ignore the wrong Yuan poison. They only want to deal with me because they want to find the human demon homeland. There's still time. I should first think of a way to seal most of my cultivation. The level of one's cultivation didn't have much of an impact on one's battle power. Even if she sealed most of her cultivation, it would only reduce the demon flower emperor's battle power by 10%. Of course, the main reason was that she was a human demon. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to suppress the wrong Yuan poison. In the depths of the desolate mountain, this is already the third time I've fought with the blood-winged dragon king. Is it because of that deformed beast pellet? It had been a week since the first battle with the blood-winged dragon king. Yichen originally thought that the blood-winged dragon king wouldn't bother him anymore, since it knew that it couldn't do anything to him. However, he didn't expect that it would come back after a few days. In the end, both sides still ended up with heavy losses. The blood-winged dragon king's dragon breath was extremely powerful, even with the black demon battle armor, which had blocked most of its destructive power. The remaining half was still enough to hurt Yi Chun. 3 times in a row. It seems like it wants to waste my Zhen Yuan. Demonic beasts were different from humans. Before reaching life and death realm, the demonic power of a demonic beast was dozens of times, even hundreds of times, or even thousands of times more than a human. Normally, the size of a demonic beast's body corresponded to its size. However, although there was a lot of demonic power, it wasn't as pure as a human's. It was like a pot of rice. No matter how delicious it was, it would never be able to be eaten. After entering life and death realm and becoming a demonic beast king, the demonic power of a demonic beast would be extremely pure, almost reaching the level of a human king. However, because of this, the demonic power would shrink by 80 to 90%, not even 10%. Even so, the demonic power of a demonic beast king was not something a human king could compare to. If one were to say that 100 years of cultivation base was the most perfect state for a human to reach life and death realm, then 1,000 years of cultivation base for a demonic beast would be enough to make one's hair stand on end. Fortunately, demonic beasts also had a weakness, which was that their mental state improved very slowly, unlike humans who could improve rapidly. Therefore, the further one advanced, the less obvious the advantage of demonic beasts became. On the contrary, the advantage of humans became more and more obvious. This blood-winged dragon king's cultivation base was at least 3,000 years, 3 times that of Yi Chun. Even if Yi Chun were to exhaust his Zhen Yuan, it would still be able to retain at least 2/3 of its demonic power. If Yi Chen's guess was right, this was the blood-winged dragon king's goal. Since you want to exhaust my cultivation base, I can also use you as a whetstone to continue studying my merciless water and fire. The greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. This principle was applicable at any time. Yichen could actually go back and recover his cultivation base in the 9-9 return to Origin Great Array, but he didn't do so. Very straightforwardly, Yichen decided not to explore other parts of the Great Desolate Mountain, and instead found a place to slowly recover his cultivation base while waiting for the great battle with the Blood-Winged Dragon King. The night passed, and the day arrived. Roar! A strange roar resounded in the sky. It's here. Yichen opened his eyes, and lightning appeared in the void. Leaving the seclusion area, Yichen stood on top of a mountain peak and looked up at the huge blood-red dragon. Without any nonsense, the Blood-Winged Dragon King flapped its wings and swooped down. Its millstone-like claws shone with a layer of yellow light, seeming to have the power to tear through everything. Both sides fought at high speed, exchanging moves and attacks. It was extremely dangerous. Merciless water and fire. Finally, at the critical moment, Yichen attacked with merciless water and fire. The Blood-Winged Dragon King also spat out a yellow dragon breath, clashing head-on. At the cost of losing one of its left arms, Yichen heavily injured the Blood-Winged Dragon King for the 4th time. Watching the other leave at an extremely fast speed, Yichen didn't have any intention of chasing. Merciless water and fire is showing signs of breaking through. After consecutive life and death battles, Yichen had a deeper understanding of the life and death Tao. Entering the life and death realm required one to comprehend the life and death Tao, but it didn't mean that one would completely comprehend it. In fact, the life and death Tao was much more profound than any profound. He discovered that the merciless water and fire were closely related to the life and death Tao. Only by making progress in the life and death Tao would he be able to study the merciless water and fire to completion. This Yichen has such a high battle power, but fortunately, he only has less than 30% of his Zhenyuan left. Far away, a mountain tortoise saw all of this. Even further away in the desolate ridge, Golden Turtle Old Ancestor coldly gazed into the depths of the void. His mind was connected to the mountain tortoises, so he could see what the mountain tortoise could see. The battle power Yichen displayed in the battle with the Blood-Winged Dragon King shocked Golden Turtle Old Ancestor greatly. Previously, when Yichen killed the yellow-robed old man and the other two, he already had a high-level 5-star battle power, which was close to Demon Flower Emperor and Xianhou. But now, the strength Yichen displayed was not inferior to the two, and even faintly showed signs of surpassing them. I can't let him progress any further. Heaven Illusion King, I owe you a favor. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor came to the desolate ridge to deal with Yichen, and the news was naturally told by Heaven Illusion King. However, Golden Turtle Old Ancestor also knew that although he had a peak 5-star battle power and could easily defeat Yichen, he didn't have full confidence in killing Yichen. Yichen was proficient in the profound of space, which was what he feared the most, and also what he hated the most. These people who were proficient in the profound of space were all extremely slippery. Therefore, he was waiting for Yichen's Zhenyuan to be almost consumed. And then he would make his move, making his original 60 to 70% chance of success become 100% without any other possibility. After killing Yichen, it is said that the others are also dealing with Demon Flower Emperor. Only Xianhou is left, and there is nothing to worry about. I will also make her pay the price she deserves. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor's body emitted a trace of coldness. Chapter 968. Unknowingly, Yichen had already stayed in the desolate mountain for more than half a month. In this half a month, he had exchanged blows with the Blood-Winged Dragon King 6 times, and only 10% of his Zhenyuan remained. If converted to cultivation base, it would be equivalent to 110 years, which was about the same as when he had entered life and death realm. Soon, merciless water and fire will reach completion at any time. However, Yichen did not feel uneasy at all. In the 5 exchanges with the Blood-Winged Dragon King, Yi Chun had gotten stronger each time, and the latter had also gotten more injured each time. On the 6th time, Yi Chun had almost beheaded the Blood-Winged Dragon King. His strength had increased by more than 50%. After all, merciless water and fire had gone from small completion to completion, and its destructive power had increased by an unknown amount. Once I complete merciless water and fire, my battle power will probably reach 6 stars. Merciless water and fire was not an ordinary top profound sense martial skill, and its destructive power was several times higher than other martial skills of the same rank. Therefore, even if Yi Chen's water and fire profound were only at completion, merciless water and fire were still comparable to top-grade profound sense martial skills. In this case, Yi Chen's martial skills would not be weaker than anyone else's. Under 6 stars, no one would be able to surpass him. Added with the 6th step Destruction Sword Intent and the Heaven Realm mid-rank Green Lotus Sword spell, his Zhenyuan would not have any shortcomings. The limit of life and Death Realm martial skills is 10 stars. I wonder what will happen after 6 stars. At the same time, the higher his strength increased, the more curious Yi Chun was about the realm after that. In this era, the highest battle power in Elysium was only 6 stars, and each of them was elusive. The only 6-star King Yi Chun had seen was the Fire Emperor. Unfortunately, he was already dead. Therefore, nobody knew what 7-star battle power was like, not to mention 8 or 9 stars. Of course, Yi Chun could actually ask Yuan Emperor. However, there were some things that could not be said. One had to see it with one's own eyes. Yuan Emperor was very powerful. In his era, he was unrivaled under the heavens and was regarded as one of the strongest titled monarchs in the history of Elysium. Yi Chun learned from him that Yuan Emperor's peak battle power was at the peak of 7-star. Once he used the 3 flowers borrowing Dao, his battle power would double, reaching the level of a 7-star tyrant. However, Yuan Emperor did not pass through the death path, because Yuan Emperor's fame was too great, and there were always scouts of other races. In Elysium, the people guarding the death path were all abnormally powerful. However, Yuan Emperor was able to escape unscathed, and even killed a foreign race expert. In the current era, Elysium was in a weakened state, and there were very few 6-star kings. As long as one had a low-level battle power of 7-star, they would be able to pass through the death path. The only thing they lacked was a 7-star king. Passing through the death path depends on both strength and luck. Yi Chun, will not rely on luck to pass through the death path. There was always a chance of survival in the world. Although the foreign race monarchs guarding the death path were ridiculously powerful, sometimes, no matter how powerful they were, there was no guarantee of success. In a situation where one's strength was not enough, one could only rely on luck. If one's luck was heaven-defying, one might not even meet the foreign race monarchs guarding the death path, and one could easily pass through the death path and leave Elysium. However, Yi Chun knew that the chances of this were too low. If one relied on luck to pass through the death path, one would die in 100, and only 1 in 1,000 would survive. One would not be able to control one's own life and death. Yi Chun did not like to rely on luck. One could not always rely on luck in life, because luck would eventually run out. Before that, I have to live well first. Any pursuit, any dream, was based on survival. Without life, no matter how many pursuits and dreams one had, they would all be nothing but an illusion. Therefore, in order to reach the peak, in order to walk out of Elysium, in order to explore higher realms, and even the legendary next great realm, Yi Chun could only destroy one obstacle after another. If people stood in his way, he would kill gods, and if Buddhas stood in his way, he would kill Buddhas. Intentionally or unintentionally, Yi Chen glanced at the mountain tortoise that was staring at him from thousands of miles away. Roar! On this day, the blood-winged Dragon King came for the 7th time. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Chen looked at the blood-winged Dragon King with a burning fighting intent. The blood-winged Dragon King's huge, emotionless eyes flickered with yellow light several times. To be honest, it was somewhat afraid of the human in front of it. Every time it exchanged blows with him, the latter's strength would always increase, as if there was no limit or limit. If it were not clear that the latter's Shen Yuan was almost exhausted, it would not have come at all. This time, I must kill him. With a low roar, the blood-winged Dragon King pounced at Yi Chen. Kill! Holding the sword with both hands, Yi Chen crushed the mountain under his feet and soared straight up, sword chi crisscrossing everywhere. Less than 10% left. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor saw everything through the eyes of the mountain tortoise. Originally, before the blood-winged Dragon King came, he already had the idea of attacking. He was confident that he had a 90% chance of taking care of the opponent. But after thinking about it, he still gave up. After all, 90% was 90%, not 100%. He had already waited for so many days. So why would he care about a little more? When the blood-winged Dragon King leaves, it will be the time of your death. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor revealed a cold smile. Boom, boom, boom. Violent air waves swept in all directions. One man and one dragon fought hundreds of rounds in a short time. After all, the blood-winged Dragon King had the savage power, and its attack and defense speed were both astonishing. Plus, Yi Chen wanted to comprehend the merciless water and fire, so he did not plan to end the battle quickly. Therefore, this battle was even more intense than before. Swoosh! The dragon claw, as big as a millstone, tore over, and the space was immediately torn into a ragged state. Yi Chen's figure flashed, avoiding the claw. With a flash of sword light, the blood-winged Dragon King's right claw suddenly flew out. Roar! The blood-winged Dragon King discovered that although this exchange seemed intense, the other party seemed to be stronger. Its claws were filled with the power of desolation, and their hardness had increased by a level. However, when the other party's sword slashed over, the thin power of desolation did not have much effect. Without hesitation, the blood-winged Dragon King spat out dragon breath at Yi Chen. This dragon breath, it could only spit out once every few days. It was not a giant dragon, but it had the blood of a giant dragon. Even if it was a giant dragon, it could not spit out dragon breath without limit. Breakthrough. This time, Yi Chen did not dodge the dragon breath. Instead, he faced it head-on, pressing forward with an indomitable will. Just as the dragon breath was about to devour Yi Chen, a dark green flame suddenly ignited on Yi Chen's sky Scorpio sword. As Yi Chen swung his sword, the dark green flame crazily rolled out. Silently, the yellow dragon breath was extinguished, turning into specks of yellow light and dissipating. The slightly weaker dark green flame, like a waterfall, streaked across the body of the blood-winged Dragon King. Puff! The blood-winged Dragon King's body slightly trembled, and in the next moment, its huge body exploded into a blood mist. A Zhen Yuan giant hand reached in and grabbed a yellow beast core. All of this happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. A mournful scream resounded, and the blood mist once again condensed into the blood-winged Dragon King. However, at this moment, it was 10 times more dispirited than before it spat out the dragon breath. But this was not surprising. The beast core that it had refined for countless years had been taken away, undoubtedly injuring its foundation. Who knew when it would recover to its peak state? Unwillingly glancing at Yi Chen, the blood-winged Dragon King spread its wings and flew high, disappearing into the leaden clouds. Now is the time. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor was startled by Yi Chen's last sword strike. That sword strike already had peak 4-star battle power. Fortunately, Yi Chen could not kill the Blood-Winged Dragon King with one sword strike. If he could, he would not be a peak 4-star, but an absolute 4-star tyrant. Peak 4-star battle power was not enough to scare Golden Turtle Old Ancestor, because he could see that Yi Chen did not even have 5% of Zhen Yuan left in his body. He still hoped that Yi Chen would clash with him a few more times. This way, his Zhen Yuan would be consumed faster, and he would not have the strength to escape. Whoosh! With a flash of golden light, Golden Turtle Old Ancestor flew rapidly in the direction of Yi Chen like a dazzling golden meteor. Finally here, Yi Chen turned his head, and his cold eyes ignored the distance of space and locked on to the golden meteor. "Ha ha! Yi Chen, today is the day you die." Golden Turtle Old Ancestor laughed loudly and clawed at him through the air. Boom! A large area of the mountain was plowed to the ground. The dragon claw, completely condensed from golden light, was extremely sharp, and the aura was rampant. Compared to the claws of the Blood-Winged Dragon King, it was unknown how many times more powerful it was. His body moved through the void, and Yi Chen avoided the claw and appeared in front of Golden Turtle Old Ancestor. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor stopped, his expression grim. Yi Chen said, "Do you know why I let the Blood-Winged Dragon King go?" "Do you have the ability to kill the Blood-Winged Dragon King?" Golden Turtle Old Ancestor asked. "What can a mountain tortoise see?" "I didn't kill the Blood-Winged Dragon King because I wanted to attract you here. If I show off too strong, I'm afraid you will just leave." In the last sword, Yi Chen only used 30% of his strength, because at that moment, his merciless water and fire had finally reached the great accomplishment, and its power was not inferior to ordinary top-tier profound martial arts. Combined with the Tier 6 Destruction Sword intent, it was easy to kill the Blood-Winged Dragon King. After all, the Blood-Winged Dragon King's strength was only 5-star advanced. How arrogant! Golden Turtle Old Ancestor didn't believe it, but Yi Chen's calm attitude made him feel like he had been fooled. His body expanded, and Golden Turtle Old Ancestor turned into his true form, Jin-Ao. His huge body, like a dragon and a tortoise, crushed over. The space seemed to have lost its pillar, and heaven and earth were chaotic, with nowhere to borrow strength. This was a move he had developed for the titled monarchs who were proficient in the profound of space, and it worked every time. Unless one ran away as soon as they came, there was no escape. Yi Chen didn't run. With the merciless water and fire at the great accomplishment, he didn't need to run anymore. Raising the Sky Scorpio sword in his hand, Yi Chen held it with both hands. After taking a deep breath, he heavily slashed out. Immediately, the raging green flame condensed into a green heavenly sword. With one slash, the horizon was split, and a green sword veil appeared. Half of Golden Turtle Old Ancestor's body was on the left and right side of the sword veil. Impossible! Golden Turtle Old Ancestor's body froze in the void, his eyes filled with fear. Bang! The green light exploded, and Golden Turtle Old Ancestor's body exploded into pieces. Blood arrows flew in all directions, but these blood arrows were immediately burned into nothingness as soon as they were caught by the green light. Chapter 969. Just when the countless blood arrows were about to be destroyed by the green light, one of the blood arrows suddenly changed. A thumb-sized Jin-Ao's silhouette roared and moved around inside the blood arrow. With the help of Jin-Ao's silhouette, the speed of this blood arrow instantly increased by 10 times. With a swoosh, it disappeared without a trace. Primordial blood escape. Yi Chen slowly spat out a word. Primordial blood escape was an extremely powerful escape art, but it consumed a lot of soul power, and it was a permanent consumption. The soul was a person's foundation. Only with a strong soul could one unleash their strength to the limit. If the soul was weak, other aspects would undoubtedly be restricted. Therefore, unless it was a matter of life and death, very few people would use primordial blood escape. Of course, primordial blood escape wasn't something everyone could use. Very few people knew about it, and even fewer people could learn it. Yi Chen had also heard about this escape art from Yuan Emperor. Peak 5-star battle prowess is indeed not something people like old ancestor Blackwater can compare to. Among the monarchs that Yi Chen had fought before, old ancestor Redwater and old ancestor Blackwater were the easiest to kill because their immortal bodies hadn't reached the blood rebirth realm. Old ancestor Yellow Robe was much harder to kill, but old ancestor Golden Turtle was 10 times harder. Time to go back and recover Zhen Yuan. At this time, Yi Chen still had about 1/30th of the Zhen Yuan in his body. Usually 1/10 was the warning line, and right now it was undoubtedly below the warning line. Damn it, damn it! In the void turbulence, a blood arrow flew back and forth. Golden Turtle ancestor had never been so miserable before. Not only was his body destroyed, but he was also forced to use the primordial spirit blood escape. Although he was at the blood rebirth realm and his body was destroyed, he was fine. However, the demon power he consumed would take at least a few months to recover. Compared to the great loss of cultivation, the consumption of his soul-made Golden Turtle ancestor feel more pain. Once used, primordial blood escape would incessantly burn the soul. Since learning this escape art, old ancestor Golden Turtle had never used it. He didn't expect that he would have to use it this time. Why is his strength increasing so quickly? This is simply preposterous. The elder of Golden Turtle Island was furious, but at the same time, he felt a tinge of fear. He had roamed Elysium for hundreds of years, and it was not that he had not seen geniuses before. However, this was the first time he had seen such a genius. Was it worth it to be enemies with such a genius? He began to consider. Perhaps it was time to stop. He hoped that Yi Chen would forget about this matter. Who is it? Suddenly, great ancestor Golden Turtle roared. The blood arrow expanded and turned into a human body. Golden Turtle great ancestor, long time no see. A figure broke through space and appeared in the void. Nirvana Demon Emperor. Golden Turtle great ancestor narrowed his eyes. Nirvana Demon Emperor smiled. Looks like you've been injured quite badly. What? Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because I'm injured? Golden Turtle great ancestor said so, but his eyes were full of vigilance. Nirvana Demon Emperor was not simple. Last time on Elixir King Island, he had already sensed this person's strength. Moreover, during the battle between the two sides, he faintly felt an uncomfortable aura from the other party. Golden Turtle great ancestor, actually, we can become friends. Nirvana Demon Emperor seemed to have sensed Golden Turtle great ancestor's nervousness. The corner of his mouth opened, revealing a sinister smile. Friends? What a joke. Why should I be friends with you? Do you want me to deal with Yi Chen together with you? To tell you the truth, the current Yi Chen, even if you and I join forces, we may not be able to do anything to him. I don't intend to be enemies with him. Oh, I didn't expect that you, who has always been overbearing, would take the initiative to give in. However, if you don't intend to be enemies with Yi Chen may not let you go. Before that, you plan to destroy his Yi clan. If not for the help of Demon Flower Emperor and Xianhou, the entire Yi clan would have been dead long ago. So what? At worst, I'll just hide from the world. Golden Turtle great ancestor really didn't want to be enemies with Yi Chen. His own potential had already been exhausted, and he could only improve a little bit after countless years. On the other hand, Yi Chun had grown so much in just a few months. Being enemies with him was really not a wise thing to do. This time, he would go into closed-door training again, and only come out when the great calamity of the foreign races arrived. Who would have thought that the great golden turtle great ancestor would be scared out of his wits by a genius who had just entered the life and death realm? What a pity! Nirvana Demon Emperor shook his head. Whatever you say, I don't have time to waste with you. A golden light flashed, and Golden Turtle Great Ancestor was about to leave. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Perhaps you misunderstood me. I want you to be my friend, not your person, but your body. How can you, Golden Turtle Great Ancestor, become my friend? Nirvana Demon Emperor smiled, and a powerful evil domain burst out, enveloping Golden Turtle Great Ancestor. Damn, you are not Nirvana Demon Emperor. I can't accept this. The voice gradually faded away. Returning to Yi family, Yi Chun immediately went into seclusion, using the 9-9 Origin Return Great Array to recover his Zhen Yuan. At the same time, the sky above Chaotic Demon Ocean was filled with lingering dark clouds. This was not because the weather was bad, but because of the dark clouds in one's heart. On this day, a large number of human kings and beast kings had gathered at the center of Chaotic Demon Ocean, surrounding the island where the 10 great families resided. As time passed, more and more human kings and beast kings arrived. There were those from True Spirit Continent, Blood Sky Continent, Sky Sword Continent, and even some kings from the ocean. Nobody had counted the number of kings in Elysium. Just True Spirit Continent alone had about 100 kings, which was roughly an increase of 10 every 100 years. Although Blood Sky Continent and Sky Sword Continent had fewer kings, they definitely exceeded 100 in total. Moreover, there were also kings living in the ocean. In other words, in Elysium, the human race alone had more than 300 kings, not to mention the demi-beasts and demi-beasts. At this moment, the number of kings gathered in Chaotic Demon Ocean had exceeded 100 and was increasing with every passing moment. There were low-level kings, mid-level kings, high-level kings, peak kings, and even titled monarchs. Waves of kings' aura converged together, causing the entire Chaotic Demon Ocean to change color as if doomsday had arrived. What's happening? Some of the cultivators who had come to Chaotic Demon Ocean in search of resources felt the boundless king's aura, and their legs turned soft. Even their voices were trembling. Kings descending upon Chaotic Demon Ocean. Could it be that they are preparing to bathe the demonic human clan in blood? Some people seem to have guessed something. Chaotic Demon Ocean's demonic human clan has always been tyrannical. Who would have thought that such a day would come? Times have changed, and Elysium is going to change. In the past, many people had been bullied by the demonic human clan in Chaotic Demon Ocean, but they had never thought that the demonic human clan would provoke so many kings. It was beyond their imagination. There were 5 Lotus Islands in Chaotic Demon Ocean. On the outer 4 Lotus Islands, dozens of demonic human kings walked out of their palaces. They looked at each other in fear. Patriarch is right. Our demonic human clan will face this calamity. This is too much. Why can't the vast, true spirit world contain my trifling demonic human clan? For countless years, my clan has never stepped foot on the 3 continents. Only a few clans have lived on the 3 continents. Although we're a bit tyrannical in our own territories, we're always cautious in other places and don't easily offend others. Cassiopeia King's face was full of bitterness. She had thought that the demonic human clan would only act in secret. She had never thought that the kings of Elysium would attack the demonic human clan in such a large scale. Why was it like this? Her heart was filled with confusion and despair. Taking a deep breath, Cassiopeia King stood up and said loudly, I wonder what matter you have come to my chaotic demon ocean to discuss. Since the patriarch was not here, she was the only one who could represent the demonic human clan. Besides Su King, the sky ethereal king said expressionlessly, "We have two matters. First, tell us how to find the demonic human village. Second, accept our control." Hearing these two conditions, Cassiopeia King's expression changed. She said with a pale face, "We don't know where the demonic human village is. As for accepting our control, how is that possible?" Accepting their control was equivalent to putting her life in the hands of the other party. The other party could kill her if they wanted to, then find someone who knows the demonic human village. As for the second condition, you have to accept it even if you don't want it. Otherwise, the demonic human clan will cease to exist in the chaotic demon ocean. The sky ethereal king was Su King's representative. His words were the will of Su King, as well as all the kings who had come. "You guys are going too far." The Flash Demon King could not help but say, "Humph." The Jail King sneered. "For countless years, various alien calamities have been happening. Who knows if the demonic human village is behind all of them? Perhaps the demonic human village is the place where the alien races are hiding." Absolutely impossible. Cassiopeia King refuted. Impossible is not something you can say with your mouth. Tell us where the demonic human village is. Otherwise, you guys will not be able to bear the consequences. The one who spoke was Zhan Tianxiang Emperor. "In my opinion, why waste words with them? Kill half of them first. Let's see if they still dare to be stubborn." The Black Dragon Patriarch was an old man in black robes. He had a wide mouth and a prominent nose, and he looked very domineering. Cassiopeia King and the other demonic human kings had ugly expressions. At this moment, they had been forced to the edge of a cliff. If they took a step back, it would be doomsday. If they took a step forward, it would be doomsday. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a dozen figures flew over. The one in the lead was the white-clothed woman, Xianhou. Behind her were human kings and demonic beast kings. "Everyone, what's the matter? Why don't we sit down and talk?" Xianhou frowned. She had not expected that the plan against the demonic human clan would have such a change. However, she was a little curious as to what kind of place the demonic human village was. Since ancient times, the reason why countless kings had targeted the demonic human clan was not because they were afraid of the demonic human clan, but because of the demonic human village. Therefore, she felt that they could talk about the first condition. After all, no one was willing to believe that there was an unknown place hidden in Elysium. Moreover, that place might be filled with danger. Chapter 970. Yan Qingxian, you don't have to worry about this. Su King, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. Mysterious Queen glanced at the Lotus Island and said, "No matter what, the demonic human clan is still a force to be reckoned with. By doing this, we are pushing them to the opposite side. The foreign race's calamity hasn't arrived yet, but we are already in a mess. Wouldn't this be a joke to the other foreign races hiding in the dark? I feel that we can just sit down and talk. There's no need to go to war." Zhan Tianxiang Emperor sneered. "This time is different from the past. It might be the biggest alien race calamity since ancient times. We must deal with the outside world first. Otherwise, we will be the ones to suffer. If the demonic humans are innocent, why would they mind letting us know where the demonic homeland is? Right, we won't be at ease until we find the demonic homeland." Some kings agreed. They couldn't be blamed for being aggressive. The demonic humans in Elysium weren't scary on the surface, but the mysterious demonic homeland wasn't under their control. Cassiopeia King said, "Throughout history, only the patriarch knows where the demonic homeland is. We don't know. At this moment, the evil king, who used to be as famous as Xianho, Jail King, and the others, stood up. I heard a secret rumor that the demonic homeland is a demonic land. The rules there are completely different from those in Elysium. It's very suitable for demons to live there. Therefore, the demonic humans mustn't be taken by the demons. It must be under our control, and the demonic humans must also accept our control. If you betray us and give the demonic homeland and the chaotic demonic ocean to the demons, they will have a chance to grow stronger. The chaotic demonic ocean was full of demonic energy, which could allow the demons to recover their demonic energy faster. Everyone, do you really want to know where the demonic homeland is? Just as the evil king finished speaking, a clear and cold voice descended from the sky. Everyone raised their heads and looked over, unknowingly, when the Devil Flower Emperor dressed in a gorgeous black robe had appeared. Patriarch, King Kasyapa, and the others quickly bowed and cupped their fists. The Demon Flower Emperor waved his hand. He looked at Su King's group and said, "The Human Devil Village is a secret of my demonic human clan. However, aside from the demonic human clan, it is not unknown to others. Since ancient times, every monarch knew where the Human Devil Village was and added a seal to it. Up until now, there have been several hundred seals placed on the Human Devil Village. The last one was added by the Yuan Emperor. What exactly is in the Human Demon Village?" Su King asked. The Demon Flower Emperor said, "A demon ancestral tree that came from the demons. The Human Devil Village is a space that was opened up by a demon emperor in ancient times. He planted a demon ancestral tree in it to change the rules of this space and make it the habitat of the demons. After the end of the ancient war, every monarch would use a method to seal the Human Devil Village to prevent the aura of the Human Devil Village from leaking out and bringing disaster to Elysium. Demon Ancestral Tree." Many people who had heard of the Demon Ancestral Tree were shocked. The Demon Ancestral Tree was the tree of life in the world of the demons. It was said that no matter how injured the demons were, as long as their souls were not destroyed, they could recover under the Demon Ancestral Tree. The Demon Ancestral Tree was equivalent to the undying tree in Elysium's legends. As soon as the Demon Flower Emperor said this, many people became silent. "This is just your words. No matter what, let us see the Human Devil Village first." After a long silence, the Sky Sword Continent's Azure Cloud Sword Emperor spoke. The Demon Flower Emperor nodded. "Since you want to see it, I can agree. However, I have to remind you that the seal of the Human Devil Village can still last for 100 years. However, once it comes out, the Demon Ancestral Tree will awaken in advance. Perhaps in just a few years, all the seals will be broken. At that time, no one will be able to seal it again. Let's not see it. The Demon Flower Emperor doesn't seem to be lying." That's right. The outsider's great calamity is already difficult enough. With the addition of the Demon Ancestral Tree, who can stop it? Some of the kings looked at each other and discussed. The evil king laughed loudly and said, "With several hundred seals, even if the Demon Ancestral Tree wants to break free, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Moreover, what's the difference between 100 years and a few years? It will still be a disaster for Elysium. Instead of waiting, it's better to see if it's true or not. At least we can be at ease." The evil king is right. Now, bring us to the Human Devil Village. If what you said is true, this matter will be over. Su King lowered his eyes. When he raised them again, he said, "All right." The Demon Flower Emperor knew that if he didn't let everyone see the Human Devil Village, the Human Devil Clan's disaster would be right in front of them. In order to preserve the Human Devil Clan, it was necessary to expose the Human Devil Village. I don't know the location of the human devil village, but I can summon it. The demon flower emperor's expression was solemn. He started forming seals with his hands. At first, the seals weren't fast. Everyone could see them clearly, but as time passed, the seals became so fast that they looked like phantoms. In an instant, dozens of seals were formed. As time passed, a boundless fluctuation burst out of the demon flower emperor's body and radiated into the depths of the void. Rumble! The sound of chains rubbing against each other came from the depths of the void. It was getting clearer and clearer. About the time it took to make a cup of tea later, the sound of the chains rubbing against each other became 100 times louder. A huge object was dragged out of the void. Terrifying demonic power fluctuations swept out in all directions. The sky above the chaotic demonic ocean was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. This kind of darkness wasn't the darkness of the starry sky, but the kind that devoured everything. Such terrifying fluctuations. The expressions of most of the kings changed. They had never felt such a terrifying energy aura before. In front of this energy aura, they seemed so insignificant, like they were floating. They couldn't even think of resisting. The huge object that had been dragged out was a spherical space. It was about 100,000 meters in diameter. It wasn't very big, but everyone knew that although this space didn't look big from the outside, there was definitely something else inside. After all, the size of a space couldn't be determined with the naked eye. This is the human devil village. Someone doubted. From the name, the human devil village should be related to the human devils. Could it be that the human devil race lived in this spherical space? When they looked again, everyone's expressions changed. So many seals. The exterior of the spherical space was covered in circles of runes. These runes could be easily distinguished. Some runes were tadpole-shaped. Some were T-shaped. Some were yin and yang runes. Some were small people. And some were translucent. Every rune gave off extremely powerful fluctuations. As the spherical space appeared, the fluctuations became stronger and stronger. The runes also started to move, moving irregularly around the spherical space. This is too terrifying. Previously, they had heard from the demon flower emperor that there were hundreds of seals in the human devil village. Each seal represented the means of a titled monarch. At that time, they hadn't thought much of it, but now they were all shocked. In ancient times, titled monarchs had to have at least 7-star battle prowess. They knew that they wouldn't be able to break each seal in their lifetime. With hundreds of seals stacked together, it was extremely terrifying. However, they could also see that many of the seals' runes had become blurry. It seemed that as time passed, the rune's power would gradually dissipate until it disappeared. Among the many runes, the clearest one was the Golden Yuan rune. Without a doubt, this was the seal left by the last titled monarch, the Yuan Emperor. It was also the strongest seal in the spherical space. The fluctuations it emitted seemed like any strand of it could crush space and destroy everything. Look, there seems to be a black tree inside. A person pointed at the interior of the spherical space and blurted out. Everyone activated their eyesight to the limit and looked over. It is indeed a black tree, but it also seems to be a shadow created by the folding of space. From the outside, it was difficult to tell whether it was a tree or not. Soul power couldn't penetrate the spherical space barrier to see what was inside, so everyone could only guess. Demon Flower Emperor, are you lying to us? No matter how I look at it, this doesn't look like the human devil village. The Zhan Tianxiang Emperor questioned. Hearing this, everyone looked at the Demon Flower Emperor. The Demon Flower Emperor explained. In ancient times, the Demon's Emperor transplanted a demon ancestral tree inside, but later, the demon ancestral tree was destroyed by the first titled monarch, the ancient emperor. With the defeat of the demons, This space became the habitat of the human devil clan. But later, no one expected that a seed of the demon ancestral tree would germinate inside. Countless people were devoured and became its nourishment. At that time, the patriarch of the human devil clan had no choice but to give up this space and was the first to use a method to seal it. Therefore, this place was called the human devil village a long time ago. The first titled monarch who sealed the human devil village was the patriarch of the human devil clan at that time. That patriarch was an invincible figure in that era. I see. Xianhou nodded. Boom. Just as the Demon Flower Emperor was explaining, the runes on the surface of the spherical space suddenly collapsed. There were hundreds of them, and half of them were translucent. The collapsed ones were the most transparent ones. Not good. Even if they hadn't eaten pork before, they had seen pigs run. How could they not understand that the seal had been broken? Boom, boom, boom. This was just the beginning. Soon, dozens of transparent seals disappeared. As the number of seals decreased, the mana fluctuations emitted by the spherical space became even stronger. Everyone could faintly feel that the surrounding Elysium law seemed to be distorted by the mana fluctuations, which made them feel extremely uncomfortable. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have summoned the human devil village. No, the demonic space. Some of the weaker monarchs were regretting their actions. While the Demon Flower Emperor was secretly angry, she couldn't say anything. She formed seals with both hands, which were completely different from the previous seals. This was a seal that sent the demonic space into the depths of the void. Clatter! The sound of metal chains rubbing against each other resounded as the demonic space gradually entered the void. However, the moment it entered the void, many people saw that the runes outside the demonic space had decreased by dozens. The mana fluctuations caused the void to boil, and spatial storms appeared frequently. The Elysium law was distorted and shattered, and foreign laws were formed. This was the law of the world of demons. Fortunately, the Demon Flower Emperor's hand seals were very fast, and the demonic space instantly disappeared. The mana fluctuations also gradually dissipated, and the Elysium law recovered. Chapter 971. Slowly letting out a breath, Demon Flower Emperor lowered his hands and looked at Su King's group. I've already shown you the demonic human village. It is not a place of filth. Can you leave my chaotic demon ocean now? Hee. Battle Sky Elephant Emperor chuckled. As you said, the demonic human village is indeed not what we imagined. However, the threat your clan poses to Elysium is not small either. Sky Illusion King has already stated the purpose of coming here. One is to investigate the demonic human village, and the other is for your clan to submit to our control. Demon Flower Emperor, you're a smart person. You should know what choice you'll make. Sky Illusion King reminded Demon Flower Emperor. Demon Flower Emperor's face turned cold. What if I say no? You'd better not say no. Your choice will decide the life and death of the demonic human race. We have nearly 200 life and death kings on our side. Even if only a third of us stand out, it'll be enough to sweep through the entire chaotic demon ocean and flatten the entire demonic human race. Jail King said coldly. Ridiculous. Demon Flower Emperor sneered. From ancient times until now, there has never been a movement to exterminate the demonic human clan. In this era, Elysium is in a weakened state, and you're forcing my clan instead. If those titled monarchs of ancient times were to come back to life, they would definitely be angered to death by your actions. Saying so much is useless. What the titled monarchs of ancient times would not do, I will do in this era. I believe they will approve of my actions. Su King's eyelids drooped as he said indifferently. Su King, although you're the #1 expert here, it's not that I, Demon Flower Emperor, am looking down on you, but you'll never be worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as the titled monarchs of ancient times. Cut the crap. Demon Flower Emperor, you managed to escape last time in the Blood Sky continent. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. Last time, the Demon Flower Emperor and Xianhou had come to Blood Sky continent to attack Terminator Demon Sect, which made Zhan Tianxiang Emperor lose a lot of face. He had long since wanted to give the Demon Flower Emperor a taste of bitterness. However, he also knew that with his speed, he couldn't catch up to the Demon Flower Emperor. This was an opportunity, with the demonic human clan as a hindrance, and nearly 200 life and death kings present. The Demon Flower Emperor couldn't leave, nor could he. From a few miles away, the Zhan Tianxiang Emperor threw a punch at the Demon Flower Emperor. The tyrannical fist force filled the entire world, and the force was overflowing. Battle, Celestial Elephant Emperor. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. The Demon Flower Emperor let out a delicate shout and slapped out with her palm to meet Zhan Tianxiang Emperor's attack. Boom, boom, boom. Both of them were well-known figures among titled monarchs. As soon as they exchanged blows, an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything appeared. The space constantly shattered and shattered like a mirror. Puff! All of a sudden, the Demon Flower Emperor's face paled, and he spurted out a small mouthful of blood. Ha ha, Demon Flower Emperor, you're only SOSO. The Zhan Tianxiang Emperor became more and more valiant. A powerful aura coiled around his body, emitting an ancient battle elephant trumpeting sound. The Demon Flower Emperor's strength has decreased. Xianhou saw some clues. Among the crowd, Five Poison King revealed a sneer. The Demon Flower Emperor had been poisoned by his Rong Yuan poison, and it was impossible to expel it. The only way was to seal the majority of his cultivation base and temporarily seal the poison. However, this way, his battle power wouldn't be able to reach its peak without his cultivation base being at its peak. It would be good if he could reach 80 or 90%. In this world, aside from the Spirit Dan King, no one can cure the Rong Yuan poison. Five Poison King crossed his arms in front of his chest and watched the battle. When the Demon Flower Emperor was at her peak, the Zhan Tianxiang Emperor was on par with her. Now that her strength had decreased, it was naturally difficult for her to resist the Zhan Tianxiang Emperor's violent attacks. She retreated step by step, and her face became paler and paler. Demon Flower Emperor, lose for me! The Zhan Tianxiang Emperor let out a long roar and leaped up, directly attacking the Demon Flower Emperor's face with a domineering fist aura. Kacha! The Demon Flower Emperor's arms in front of her chest made a bone-cracking sound, and she was sent flying. If it wasn't for her immortal body, this blow was enough to make her lose her battle power. Zhan Tianxiang Emperor, I'll fight with you. Xianhou suddenly moved, wanting to stop the unforgiving Zhan Tianxiang Emperor. Yan Qingxian, you should go back. Not far away from Su King, the Air Emperor's figure flashed, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Xianhou, sending Xianhou flying with a punch. In terms of space profound, he was not inferior to Xianhou, and in terms of foundation, he was superior to Xianhou. Fight with them. Seeing that the Demon Flower Emperor was injured, the Cassiopeia King and the other kings of the demonic human clan were furious, and they rushed forward. Mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating themselves. The Sky Ethereal King sneered and said, "Everyone, since the demonic human clan is so stubborn, then there is no need for us to be polite. Today, we must eliminate the hidden danger of Elysium so that we can use all our strength to deal with the catastrophe of the foreign races and leave a bright world for our descendants." Sky Ethereal King is right. We have given the demonic human clan a choice, but they are not willing to accept it. Kill. Those who did not come were either hesitant or had other reasons. Of those who came, 80 to 90% were the radicals who wanted to eliminate the demonic human clan. Almost 90% of them stood up, ready to bathe the demonic human clan in blood. A great war was about to begin. AI, Xianhou sighed, turned around, and said to the people she had brought, "I will stay to help the demonic human clan. If you are not willing to help, you can leave. I will not blame you. Xianhou, don't worry. Since I have come with you, I will not choose to leave. They have gone too far. The Demon Flower Emperor has already taken a step back, summoning the demonic land where the demon ancestral tree is sealed, violating the ancestors' will. But they still won't let the demonic human clan go. They should be punished. That's right. What has the demonic human clan done wrong? Just because they have the bloodline of the demons, they must be eliminated. I, Earth Yuan King, may only be a high-level monarch, but I will not stand by and do nothing. Back then, Dragon King and Xianhou were the representatives who wanted to protect the demonic human clan. Many people followed them. Although Su King and the others were strong, some didn't follow them due to various reasons. But there were still a few who came without any hesitation. Among them, none of them were monarchs, but they were all hot-blooded. If you want to destroy the demonic human clan, you will have to ask me, the innate demon emperor, first. In the distance, a group of people suddenly came over. The person in the lead had broad shoulders and a tall body. He wore a dark silver robe, and the demonic energy ripples that his body emitted were quite similar to the Demon Flower Emperor's, but there were also some differences. It was clearly more berserk. It is the Blood Heavenlands clan master, the innate demon emperor. Someone shouted. In true spirit world, there were many demonic human clans, but the two largest ones were the chaotic demon ocean's demonic human clan and the Blood Sky Continent's demonic human clan. The patriarch of the chaotic demon ocean's demonic human clan was the demonic flower emperor, while the patriarch of the Blood Sky Continent's demonic human clan was the innate demon emperor. Innate demon emperor didn't have the perfect demonic human bloodline, but he had mastered the complete demonic transformation. At the life and death realm, he could also possess demonic power after the transformation. In terms of strength, innate demon emperor wasn't much weaker than the demon flower emperor. Originally, Su King and the others planned to take control of the chaotic demon ocean's demonic human clan first, then go to Blood Heavenland and take control of the Blood Heavenland's demonic human clan. Unexpectedly, innate demon emperor had already received the news and brought all the monarchs of his clan. Behind innate demon emperor, there were more than 10 demonic human kings, similar to those in the chaotic demon ocean. They all had the same hatred for the demonic human clan, and their eyes were filled with unflinching fear. The Blood Heavenland's bloodline is here. Cassiopeia King's face lit up. Although they only had 40 to 50 monarchs with the addition of the Blood Heavenland's bloodline, which was still far inferior to the monarchs on Su King's side, at least their strength had increased by a lot. They're all here? Fine. Let's deal with them all at once. Su King's expression didn't change, as he said indifferently, "Demon Flower Emperor, this should be the first time we fight side by side, right?" Innate Demon Emperor said to the weak Demon Flower Emperor. Demon Flower Emperor nodded. "Yes, I hope it's not the last time." "Whether it's the last time or not, Innate Demon Emperor, will fight until the end." Innate Demon Emperor's gaze swept across everyone on Su King's side, and his demonic power surged again. His aura turned the space blurry, and his figure became indistinct like a black shadow. Hee, Innate Demon Emperor, I didn't expect the cowardly you to also come. The reason why Zhan Tianxiang Emperor mocked Innate Demon Emperor as a cowardly mouse was because the demonic human race was the weakest in Blood Heavenland. Both the human race and the demonic race were above the demonic human race, and the demonic race was the overlord of Blood Heavenland. Innate Demon Emperor usually kept a low profile, and it was rare to see him come out. Is that so? Innate Demon Emperor didn't reply, as if he didn't want to explain. With the arrival of Innate Demon Emperor, the atmosphere above chaotic demon ocean became even more intense. Countless killing intents interweaved together, and it was 100 times colder than winter. Ordinary sea of soul, realm experts simply couldn't survive here. This was the battlefield of kings, and only kings had the qualifications to interfere. In the end, everyone's gaze fell on Su King. There were many titled monarchs present, but in terms of influence and strength, Su King was naturally the leader. His attitude could sway many people. As long as he made a move, this battle would be unavoidable. However, most people knew that Su King's attitude had already been made clear. Yen Qingxian, I'll give you one more chance. Leave this place, Su King said to Xianhou. Xianhou shook her head. Kill. Shifting his gaze away from the mysterious queen, the illusionary emperor said emotionlessly, Kill. As soon as Su King opened his mouth, the atmosphere in the sky flared up. It was as if a tightened steel wire had snapped. The majority of people started circulating their Zhanyuan or demonic power, and a king's aura soared into the sky. Who dares to kill? Just at this moment, a thunderous roar resounded from afar. That shocking aura was like a peerless treasured sword, mercilessly piercing through the atmosphere, causing everyone to subconsciously want to dodge, as if they didn't dodge, they would be killed by that sword. Yichen had arrived. Chapter 972. Yichen. It's Yichen. Sure enough, he came. Nobody dared to look down on the most dazzling genius of this era, a sword Dao genius. Not long after entering life and death realm, he dared to challenge Demon Emperor and killed 3 titled monarchs, Yellow-Robed Old Monster, Blackwater Ancestor, and Redwater Ancestor. Who would dare to look down on him? Given enough time, he would definitely surpass the ancient Sword King and become the #1 Sword Dao expert since ancient times. Yi Chun. A faint smile appeared on Demon Flower Emperor's face. She knew that the other party wouldn't go back on his words. No matter how powerful the enemy was, he would still rush over without any hesitation. Sword artists were proud, and Yi Chen was a noble among sword artists. This sword aura, he's made another breakthrough. Sword aura was different from sword intent. Although sword aura was a transition period for sword intent, sword aura would grow stronger as one's strength grew. It was unlike sword intent, which was extremely pure and couldn't tolerate anything else. Judging from this sword aura that could pierce through the sky, Yi Chen's strength had undoubtedly increased again. Even she couldn't see through it. He's the Yi Chun that Kuang Zun spoke of. Innate Demon Emperor was the patriarch of Blood Sky Continent's demonic human clan. The clan's genius, Tai Kuangzuan, had once told him about Yi Chen's deeds. Demon Flower Emperor has made a good ally. Innate Demon Emperor could sense the unruly and willpower of this sword aura. The newcomer was precisely Yi Chun. However, he didn't come alone. Behind him were a large number of life and death kings. Tantai Clan's Moon Empress by Clan's Patriarch, Dugu Clan's Patriarch, Blood Sky Continent's Demonic Blade Sex Patriarch, Demonic Blade King, as well as Pill King Island's Patriarch, Spirit Pill King. All of them were famous kings. Adding the kings of their clans and sects, as well as some solitary kings, the total number had already exceeded 30. Spirit Pill King. Su King frowned. Yi Chen's arrival was within his expectations, but the appearance of the Spirit Pill King surprised him. The Spirit Pill King might not be strong, but the status of the Spirit Pill King Island in Elysium was extraordinary. Even Su King wasn't willing to be enemies with the Spirit Pill King Island. The Spirit Dan King smiled and said, "My grandson is Yi Chen's eldest disciple. This time, He came to see the scenery with Yi Chun. Hearing this, everyone curled their lips. Enjoy the scenery? What scenery was there to enjoy here? They had probably already boarded Yi Chen's warship and become Yi Chen's allies. I'm late. Yi Chen looked at the Demon Flower Emperor and Xian Ho. Not long after he returned to the Yi family, he found out from a secret channel that Su King and the rest had gathered a large number of kings to go to chaotic Demon Ocean. There was no time for him to slowly recover his Zhen Yuan. Therefore, he refined all the Zhen Yuan crystals he had obtained from the Devouring Island, temporarily recovering his cultivation base to 60 to 70%. Then, he started to contact kings who were interested in befriending him. Perhaps because of his great reputation, everyone had confidence in his future, and the majority of people were willing to follow him. In a short period of time, he had gathered more than 30 kings and rushed over without stopping. A bit later would have been troublesome, but now is the time. The Demon Flower Emperor let out a sigh of relief. Adding the people brought by Yi Chen, they had 80 to 90 people on their side. Although it was still less than half of the opponents, they at least had the strength to fight back. Yi Chen, you are my disciple Sikong Sheng's heart devil. As his master, I've come to ask for some advice today. I want to see what kind of mysteries you have. The evil king flew out. The evil king was a king on the same level as Xian Ho, Hell King, and Dragon King. Currently, he was also a titled monarch. Judging from his aura, he seemed to be even stronger than Hell King. As for Sikong Sheng, he had already become Evil King's disciple a few years ago. Evil King, you are not my opponent. Hearing the name Sikong Sheng, Yi Chen's expression didn't change in the slightest. As far as he was concerned, this name was a very old memory belonging to the past. Arrogant. When had the Evil King ever been looked down upon? Moreover, it was a rookie like Yi Chen. Evil God Claw. The Evil King's weapon was a pair of claws, blue and gold in color. Spreading his 5 fingers, he clawed at Yi Chen. The sinister claws tore the space apart, exuding an evil chi. Clang! Facing the furious attack of the Evil King, Yi Chen only pulled out the Sky Scorpio sword and swung it horizontally, precisely blocking the claws. Instantly, a light blue flame exploded. Yi Chen didn't move an inch, while the Evil King's body swayed slightly, his footsteps becoming unsteady. Yi Chen's sword arts had already reached the level of controlling the sword with his heart, and there were no flaws to speak of. A casual sword strike had already cut through the weak point of the Evil King's attack. The Evil King was slightly startled. Closing his left hand into a beak shape, he suddenly pecked at Yi Chen's temple. This move was called Evil Bird Sunstrike, and if hit, one's head would definitely explode. Yi Chen didn't dodge. Instead, the power on the Sky Scorpio sword increased by 30%, slightly bending like a drawn bow. In the next second, the Sky Scorpio sword straightened, and the sword energy exploded, bouncing the Evil King away. The beak-shaped light merely flashed in front of Yi Chen's body, not even touching his protective Zhen Yuan. Evil King, you're far from being my opponent. Yi Chen shook his head. The Evil King was only slightly stronger than the Jail King, and even the Jail King couldn't withstand one move from Yi Chen, not to mention the Evil King. Moreover, Yi Chen's merciless water and fire had already reached completion, and he was no longer a match for ordinary titled monarchs. Among everyone here, perhaps only Su King could fight him. Hearing this, the Evil King's face alternated between green and white. In front of so many kings, he was sent flying by Yi Chen's sword, and he didn't even have the qualifications to threaten the latter. This was simply a humiliation. In the crowd, the Jail King was rejoicing in the Evil King's misfortune. He and the Evil King weren't on good terms. Although he had also suffered at the hands of Yi Chen, at least it wasn't in front of so many people. But soon after, the jail king felt a chill in his heart. Compared to the previous time, Yi Chen's sword arts seemed to be even more mysterious. Just an ordinary sword move was enough to neutralize the evil king's ultimate move. How could he know that the completion of merciless water and fire had not only given Yi Chen a super sword move, but it had also allowed Yi Chen to comprehend the essence of thousands of sword arts from the sword world? This was an increase in one's foundation, and it had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. The evil king flew into a rage out of humiliation. Evil bird seizes the sun. The evil bird seizing the sun was one of the two killing moves of the evil god Claward. It was several times more powerful than the evil bird attacking the sun. More importantly, this attack was majestic, unlike the evil bird attacking the sun, which was fast and precise. Pouring all of his Zhen Yuan into the claw, the evil king's entire body leaped toward Yi Chen and pecked at him. Screech! A sound sharper than any other ferocious bird rang out. An evil and ferocious bird image spread its wings and flew toward Yi Chen, its claws as sharp as blades. This move has more flaws, but it's more powerful. The sky Scorpio sword spun in the air as Yi Chen stabbed out, piercing the head of the bird image. In the next moment, the bird image's head exploded and its body scattered. The moment the sharp claws touched Yi Chen's protective Zhen Yuan, they disintegrated helplessly and dissipated. Yi Chen, you've lost. Just as the bird image disappeared, the evil king's body arrived. Actually, evil bird seizes the sun was only his cover. The true killing move would come later. Rumble! An even bigger bird appeared out of nowhere, swallowing Yi Chen in one gulp. Evil bird seizes the sun was a move very close to a top-grade, profound sense martial skill. Not good. The life and death kings on Yi Chen's side were startled, thinking that Yi Chen had been careless and allowed the evil king to turn the tables. After all, both sides had 5-star battle strength. If one side was careless, it wasn't impossible for the other to turn the tables. Only Xianhou, Demon Flower Emperor, and innate Demon Emperor knew that things weren't so simple. Evil King, you can be considered as the most brilliant genius of your era. However, your research in martial skills has disappointed me. This is also the biggest reason why you can't compete with Senior Yen. A sword light shot out from the void, piercing through the bird image's body and slashing toward the evil king. The evil king was like a startled grasshopper as he bounced off, wanting to avoid this sword light. However, Yi Chen seemed to have already predicted his dodging path. The sword light turned and pierced through the evil king's body. Void Yuan Chop, Yuan Emperor's ultimate move. Yi Chen had long since seen through it and modified it according to his own style. Although its might wasn't as powerful as the original Void Yuan Chop, its subtlety was not inferior. Puchi! Blood splattered in the sky as the evil king miserably tumbled away. The flesh on his chest wriggled and quickly recovered. However, he had lost at least a third of his cultivation base. This sword had the power to destroy everything. Enough! Su King stopped the unwilling evil king and said indifferently, "Now is not the time to ask for advice. What's the point of winning against someone who's about to die?" Humph! The evil king coldly snorted as a sharp light flickered in his eyes. Yi Chen raised his brows and looked at Su King. Su King, no matter who wins or loses in this battle, it will be Elysium's battle strength that will be damaged. You think this is necessary? When you killed the yellow-robed old monster and the other two, did you think of this? They wanted to kill me, so their deaths are not to be regretted. However, this is an all-out battle. It's not just one or two people dying. Su King looked down at Yi Chen. To me, eradicating the demonic human tribe is something I must do. As for losing you guys, it's your own fault. I don't know why the Spirit Pill King wants to help you, but as long as he kills you, I believe he will make the right choice. Sometimes being too much of a genius is not a good thing for Elysium. It might even be a disaster. You've caused too much trouble, and the internal strife of Elysium is also caused by you. Without Yi Chun, Xianhou, and the Demon Flower Emperor wouldn't be so close. If they wanted to control the demonic human tribe, there wouldn't be so many disturbances. They could completely reduce the losses to the minimum. Ha ha! Yi Chun laughed. Su King, do you think I'm afraid of you? Isn't that so? Otherwise, there's no need for you to say so much to me. All right, I want to see how capable the famous Su King is. My point of view is the same as yours. As long as I defeat you, this battle will be over. Although they were at a disadvantage in numbers, Yi Chun wasn't afraid at all. Since the other side wanted to cause trouble, he would accompany them. At this moment, it was time to change the situation in Elysium. They couldn't let this group of people dominate Elysium. Chapter 973. Senior Demon Flower Emperor, come here. Yi Chun suddenly said to the Demon Flower Emperor. The Demon Flower Emperor was confused, but he still flew over. Yi Chun raised his palm and hit the Demon Flower Emperor's body. At the same time, a transparent energy entered the Demon Flower Emperor's body through Yi Chun's palm. The Demon Flower Emperor subconsciously wanted to resist, but Yi Chun's attack was too fast. Not only was the Demon Flower Emperor shocked, but Yi Chun's people were also shocked. They didn't know what Yi Chun was going to do to the Demon Flower Emperor, but after seeing that the Demon Flower Emperor was fine, they relaxed. It was a false alarm. Perhaps Yi Chun was giving the Demon Flower Emperor some benefits. The Demon Flower Emperor was shocked at first, but then he revealed a smile. Boom! A powerful fluctuation of demonic energy came from the Demon Flower Emperor's body. The Demon Flower Emperor's strength instantly recovered to its peak, and he was no longer weak. Impossible! The 5 Poison Kings' eyes widened. If the Demon Flower Emperor recovered to his peak, didn't that mean he had cured the Origin Rong poison? In his view, only a Spirit Pill King could cure the Origin Rong poison, and even with the power of a Spirit Pill King, they couldn't cure it directly. Instead, they had to refine an antidote based on the characteristics of the Origin Rong poison. How could Yi Chun easily cure the Origin Rong poison and allow the Demon Flower Emperor to recover to his peak? It's a detoxification technique. The Emperor squinted his eyes. A method that didn't require an antidote could be said to be a kind of secret technique that specialized in dispelling poisons. Although he didn't know what kind of poison-dispelling secret technique Yi Chun was practicing, he was sure that it was no small matter. He had a good understanding of the 5 poisons King's Yuan Rong poison. Even if he was poisoned, it would be difficult for him to completely dispel it. The Emperor was right. What Yi Chun was using was indeed a detoxification secret art, which was taught to him by the Yuan Emperor. The detoxification secret art was a heaven-rank, high-rank secret art. It could only be used to save people or save oneself, but it was very useful. The great poison conversion art was very difficult to cultivate, and there were many steps. If one wanted to get started, they had to first learn how to use the great poison conversion art to understand the basic composition of any poison. From the macroscopic to the microscopic, they had to break down the poison. This was because some strange poisons, once broken down, were not very harmful. Finally, he used the great poison dissolving technique to gradually refine it. Of the above 3 steps, one could be considered to have achieved the first step. The other 2 steps would be considered to have achieved the minor accomplishment. After the minor accomplishment, one had to turn the great poison dissolving technique into an instinct. The reason why one had to turn it into an instinct was because some poisons spread very quickly. One had to race against time with it. If one couldn't beat it, then one would naturally lose, and it would be a loss of life. Reaching this step would be considered to have reached the great accomplishment. As for the great perfection realm, it was the most difficult step. When the great poison dissolving technique reached the great perfection realm, the body would produce an incomparably wonderful detoxification energy. This detoxification energy had spirituality, and it had already merged with one's instinct. Most poisons that came into contact with it would immediately be broken down and refined, as if they had met their nemesis. What Yi Chun injected into the demon flower emperor's body was the detoxification energy. Naturally, Yi Chen's great poison dissolving technique had already reached the great perfection realm. Most poisons that came into contact with the detoxification energy would immediately be broken down and refined. Although the Yuan Rong poison was considered a very powerful poison when it came into contact with the detoxification energy, it was easily dissolved as if it had met its nemesis. Battle Elephant Emperor, didn't you want to fight with me? Come. The Demon Flower Emperor's battle strength had recovered to its peak, and his aura was like a rainbow. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Battle Elephant Emperor's eyes were filled with intense battle intent. Only by defeating the Demon Flower Emperor at his peak would he feel a sense of accomplishment. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Air Emperor, your opponent is me. Xianhou knew that the time for the final battle had arrived. Although she wasn't confident in defeating the Air Emperor, it would be more dangerous for the others to deal with the Air Emperor, who was proficient in space. I'll fulfill your wish. The Air Emperor said calmly, since there are no veteran-titled monarchs, Hell King, Evil King, you two new titled monarchs will be my opponents. There were too few titled monarchs that supported the demonic humans. The innate demon emperor was filled with pride, and he wanted to fight against the Hell King and Evil King alone. Although he wasn't confident in defeating the two, he was confident that he could hold them back for some time. Innate demon emperor, it seems like you want to die. Hell King sneered coldly. He might not be able to defeat Yi Chun, but other than Yi Chun, he wasn't afraid even if it was Xianhou or the Demon Flower Emperor. Innate Demon Emperor, you will be the first titled monarchs to die. Evil King had nowhere to vent his anger. The arrogance of the innate Demon Emperor had undoubtedly enraged him. They should be able to hold on for some time. Thoughts flashed across Yi Chen's mind. He didn't have to worry about Senior Demon Flower Emperor fighting against Zhantian Elephant Emperor, and Senior Xianhou Yin fighting against the Air Emperor. Although it seemed a little difficult, he knew that Xianhou cultivated a profound Tao that couldn't be judged by common sense. She often had a way to turn the situation around. As for the innate Demon Emperor fighting against the Hell King and Evil King alone, it was too much for him. After all, the two of them were close to 5-star high tier. However, Yi Chun believed that the innate Demon Emperor could hold on for some time. Leave the rest of the titled monarchs to me. Other than Zhantian Elephant Emperor, Air Emperor, Hell King, and Evil King, there were still a few titled monarchs on Su King's side. Needless to say, there was also Su King, one of the two-sword monarchs, Azure Cloud Sword Monarch, Blood Sky Continent's 9-headed serpent monarch, Black Dragon Grand Ancestor, who dominated the Eastern Deep Sea. And together with Su King, there were 4 titled monarchs. None of them were to be trifled with. Even the weakest, the 9-headed serpent monarch, had a mid-tier 5-star battle prowess. The Azure Cloud Sword Monarch and Black Dragon Grand Ancestor were no weaker than the Air Emperor, especially Su King. Before he obtained the Violent Tiger Dragon Interpellet, he was already at the peak of 5-star battle prowess. No one knew what was going through Yi Chen's mind, or else they would all be shocked and dumbfounded. After all, to them, Yi Chen was barely able to deal with Su King. At most, he could barely contend with Su King. If he were to go against the other three titled monarchs, he would be courting death like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It wasn't that Xianhou and the others didn't want to fight one or two more titled monarchs, but with their current prowess, it was too difficult for them to do so. After all, the Air Emperor and Zhantian Elephant Emperor weren't on the same level as Hell King and Evil King. They could only fight one-on-one, not two. On Yi Chen's side, other than Yi Chen himself, not even Xianhou and Demon Flower Emperor dared to say that they could defeat Hell King and Evil King together. Innate Demon Emperor chose the two of them because he wanted to hold them back for a while, lessening the pressure on the others. With another innate Demon Emperor, he could only run away unless he fought with his life on the line. Since you all have opponents, I have no choice but to deal with these demonic human kings. Black Dragon Old Ancestor sneered coldly. He looked at Cassiopeia King and the other demonic human kings with emotionless eyes, only murderous intent. Red-eyed black dragons were violent beasts to begin with. Black Dragon Old Ancestor, this battle doesn't have to last for so long. Let me help you. Let's finish it quickly. Nine-headed Snake Emperor stood beside Black Dragon Old Ancestor. All right, Black Dragon Old Ancestor didn't decline. In the end, only Azure Cloud Sword Emperor was left. No one knew what he was thinking, but no one was in the mood to think about it. Judging from the situation, whether it was the number of ordinary monarchs or titled monarchs, Su King's side had the absolute advantage. It was an unequal battle. The atmosphere between Su King and Yi Chen was the most tense. They were the core of their respective camps. Once they started fighting, it would be the fuse of an all-out war. 10 moves, I'll defeat you. The illusionary emperor made his move. He slowly drew his hands out from behind his back. Before, I was a small figure, so I admired you a lot. But now, I know that a titled monarch is nothing more than a mortal. Arrogance, ignorance, these are all the same to you. Come, Yi Chen, want to see how you'll defeat me in 10 moves. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen sheathed the Sky Scorpio sword. At the same time, he took out a pseudo-extreme grade sword from his storage ring. This sword was silver with a hint of blue, with a blood-red mark in the middle. This was the only pseudo-extreme grade sword that Yi Chen had forged before, called Iron Blood Silver Blue Sword. Extreme grade swords were too hard to forge, but Yi Chen had already grasped the ability to forge pseudo-extreme grade swords, although the success rate was not high. Abandoning the extreme grade sword, everyone was a bit baffled. Xianhou seemed to have vaguely guessed something. A complicated expression flickered in her eyes, followed by admiration. It was an admiration for a true expert, just like how she admired Dragon King. Although Dragon King was not as powerful as Su King and Air Emperor, he was a true expert. She had never thought that she would admire Yi Chen so early. This was a young man who was half her age. What kind of environment and what kind of training could forge such a peerless sword artist? A peerless sword artist, a symbol of strength, a symbol of spirit. First move. Su King was wearing a bright yellow robe, flickering with yellow light. He was like a jumping sun, ignoring the distance of space and the bindings of heaven and earth. With a flicker, he arrived before Yi Chen and stretched out his right hand, which seemed to be forged from gold, striking at Yi Chen's face. Su King had made his move. The atmosphere was shattered. A horrifying aura soared into the sky and swept into the starry sky. A sword intent that could destroy everything burst out from Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen was like a peerless sword that was unsheathed, releasing a cold light that could pierce through the starry sky. Clang! The iron-blooded silver blue sword streaked across the sky, also ignoring the distance of space and the bindings of heaven and earth. It clashed with Su King's palm at an even faster speed. Boom! Berserk chi waves tore apart space one after another. Yi Chun and Void Emperor's figures flickered, directly ignoring the harsh environment as they continued to exchange blows. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Their flickering figures gave off a decisive feeling. Kill. Everyone fought fiercely. Demon Flower Emperor against Celestial Elephant Emperor, Xianhou against Air Emperor, Innate Demon Emperor against Jail King and Evil King. As for Black Dragon Patriarch and Hydra Emperor, they smirked and charged at Cassiopeia King and the others. Your opponent is also me. All of a sudden, a sword aura that could destroy everything swept over, engulfing Black Dragon Patriarch and Hydra Emperor. 8 trigrams Annihilation Sword Art. All the figures in the battle stopped almost at the same time. The one who made the move was actually Yi Chun. He actually planned to deal with Black Dragon Patriarch and Hydra Emperor at the same time when he was fighting with Su King. What kind of confidence and imposing manner did he have? Yi Chun came to this world under the blessing of fate. In the past, it was just a small fight. Today, let me fight the 4 great monarchs alone. Yi Chun laughed loudly. The ostentatious sword aura expanded uncontrollably, engulfing the azure cloud Sword Emperor and causing the void to tremble. Not only Yi Chun's side, but the way everyone looked at Yi Chun changed. At this moment, Yi Chun seemed to be glowing in their eyes. They couldn't see his face clearly, only his soaring sword aura and fluttering black hair. Chapter 974. Yi Chun, you are too arrogant. The Black Dragon Old Ancestor was enraged. Yi Chun was fighting against Su King, but he still wanted to kill him and the 9-headed Serpent Emperor at the same time. Did he think that he could kill the Black Dragon Old Ancestor and the 9-headed Serpent Emperor by himself? This was the first time that the Black Dragon Old Ancestor was looked down upon to such an extent. He was extremely furious. The 9-headed Serpent Emperor's reaction wasn't as intense as the Black Dragon Old Ancestor, but he also felt that Yi Chun was a little too arrogant. He wanted to fight against 4 titled monarchs by himself. This was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, not to mention the others. Just Su King alone was enough to suppress Yi Chun, not to mention the 4 of them. Yi Chun, I thought you were a genius. It turns out that you are just an arrogant person who has been blinded by success. The Azure Cloud Sword Emperor's expression was very cold. Divine light shot out from his eyes. Chi. The 8 trigrams Extermination Sword Art was one of Yi Chun's strongest sword arts apart from the Merciless Water and Fire Art. It was comparable to the Autumn Water Sword Art's 3rd move, Bone Break. Once it was used, countless sword lights formed an 8 trigrams diagram. It swept out and covered the 2 titled monarchs, the Black Dragon Old Ancestor and the 9-headed Serpent Emperor. The Black Dragon Old Ancestor and the 9-headed Serpent Emperor shouted together. The Black Dragon Old Ancestor's black robe fluttered even though there was no wind. He suddenly punched out, creating a huge gap in the sword lights. A dragon's roar resounded through the heaven and earth. Behind the 9-headed Serpent Emperor, the 9-headed Serpent Emperor's shadow condensed. The 9 heads either spewed out flames, frost, or meteor-like attacks towards the incoming sword lights. Each of the 9 attacks was enough to severely injure an ordinary titled monarch. One person was equivalent to 9 ordinary titled monarchs. However, the 8 trigrams Extermination Sword Art wasn't so simple. The 8 trigrams contained yin and yang, reversing the heaven and earth. The sword formation only changed slightly, and the lost sword lights condensed again, rushing towards the 2 again. This Yi Chun. innate demon emperor thought that he was arrogant enough to fight against the Hell King and Evil King alone, but little did he expect that Yi Chun was even more arrogant than him. He fought against 4 monarchs alone, and among the 4 monarchs, other than the 9-headed serpent sovereign, the other 3 were stronger than the Hell King and Evil King. No matter what, today's battle is enough to make Yi Chen's name resound throughout the world. In terms of fame, his fame might even surpass that of Su King and those veteran-titled monarchs who have lived for hundreds of years. Everyone thought to themselves, multitasking, Yi Chen controlled the 8 trigram sword formation to attack the Black Dragon Old Ancestor and the 9-headed Serpent Emperor while he held the iron-blooded silver-blue sword and fought against Su King. This kind of multitasking had already surpassed the ordinary multitasking. This was because it was different from using dual swords. Dual swords required one to hold a sword in each hand and use different sword arts. Right now, he was using sword arts while using his soul power to control the 8 trigrams sword array. The difficulty had increased by several times. It couldn't be compared to before. Great Destruction Golden Burning Palm. The surreal emperor's expression was as cold as 10,000 years old ice. He didn't say anything, but his attacks became several times fiercer. He threw out a palm attack, and his palm was like a burning iron. Wherever his palm hit, there would be a clanging sound and dazzling sparks. This was the terrifying effect that could only be created by combining the metal profound and fire profound to a certain degree. Chi, chi, chi. The sword light danced and refracted in the void. Yi Chen's figure was like a ghost, flickering and shifting. The sword law he used came from Yuan Emperor's Void Essence / Void Essence / contained the space profound, which was much stronger than the orbit /. After all, Yuan Emperor was a peak 7-star expert. The space profound martial arts that he had researched were not something that Yi Chen could compete with. If Yi Chen hadn't comprehended the essence of thousands of sword arts from the sword world, he might not have been able to use the Void Essence /. Although the Golden Flame Palm Shadow was as fast as light, it didn't have many variations. In comparison, the Void Essence / was not only faster, but also had more variations. Sometimes it attacked in a straight line, sometimes it refracted in the air, and sometimes it curved forward. In the hands of Yi Chen, the style of the Void Essence / was completely different from that of Yuan Emperor. After all, Yuan Emperor wasn't a swordsman, so his fighting style was somewhat different. The refracted sword light lingered around Yi Chen's body, protecting Yi Chen tightly. From time to time, several sword lights would shoot out and attack Su King's body. Demon Flower, pervasive entanglement. Apart from Yi Chen's side, there were battles everywhere. Among them, the battle between the Demon Flower Emperor and Zhantian Elephant Emperor was the most direct and violent. Both of them were fighting head-on and didn't have many variations. There were only naked attacks. The Demon Flower Emperor's hands quickly formed seals, and a huge demon flower condensed below her, holding her up. The roots of the demon flower extended out dark green vines that were like giant pythons and wrapped around Zhantian Elephant Emperor. These vines were densely covered with barbs. Once entangled, one could imagine the consequences. 8. Desolation, Heaven-Warring Saint Technique. Zhantian Elephant Emperor was a physique-refining king, and head-on battles were his forte. It was no exaggeration to say that although his battle prowess was at the advanced 5-star level, he could even fight against a peak 5-star king. In the past, the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor was stronger than him, but he only sent him flying with a slap and didn't do much to him. It was imaginable how strong his head-on battle power was. The Demon Flower Emperor knew his strength, so she didn't dare to fight 1 against 2 at the same time. She knew that in order to reduce the burden of others, she must first not be a burden. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of air soared into the sky, and Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor's body expanded, reaching a height of 6 meters like a giant. At the same time, his appearance began to change from human to beast man. This was his strongest form. As a physique-refining king, strength alone was not enough. Speed was necessary. Transforming into his original form would increase his strength, but his speed and agility would undoubtedly decrease. After all, he was different from the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor. The Golden Turtle Great Ancestor didn't walk the path of physique refining. The reason why his physical defense was so strong was because of the natural advantage of the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor. Ha ha! A mere little snake dares to be so insolent in front of me. Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor laughed loudly. He grabbed the entangling vines with each hand and pulled forcefully. The vines straightened and pulled the Demon Flower Emperor and the Demon Flower below her over. Whip him. The Demon Flower Emperor's expression didn't change. Waves of demonic power were poured into the Demon Flower. Suddenly, the Demon Flower emitted a dazzling black brilliance. The giant python vines seemed to be on steroids as they shook violently and lashed at the 6-meter-tall Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor. The sound of them breaking through the air almost pierced through people's eardrums. There were too many giant python vines. There were dozens and hundreds of them attacking at the same time. Even the Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor couldn't block them all. In the blink of an eye, he was immediately whipped dozens of times. The treasured clothes on his body were torn apart, revealing the supreme-grade, treasured armor inside, and the thick-veined arms. Looking down at his unprotected arms, there were faint red marks on them. These were marks left behind by the vines. The Battle Sky Elephant Emperor grinned and suddenly punched out. The violent fist energy crushed the space and shattered all the vines in front of it, heading straight for the demonic flower queen. The Demon Flower Emperor finally understood the Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor's defense. It was not weaker than the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor. The vines whipped over and seemed to leave faint red marks on the Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor's arms, but the barbs didn't pierce through at all. They all collapsed as if these barbs were made of tofu. Seeing the Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor's punch, the demonic power outside the Demon Flower Emperor's body rapidly thickened. At the same time, the huge demon flower below changed from an open state to a closed state, wrapping the Demon Flower Emperor inside. Rumble! There were dozens of layers of petals on the demon flower. With a loud explosion, dozens of layers of the demon flower were broken in one fell swoop, exposing the Demon Flower Emperor inside. Go! The Demon Flower Emperor held a huge demonic light ball in his hand. This demonic light ball was the energy absorbed in the battle and converted into demonic power. The Demon Flower Emperor's strength lay in the fact that the more he fought, the more powerful he became. The Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor also knew this, so he immediately crossed his arms and sealed his chest and face. If the battle between the Demon Flower Emperor and the Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor was violent and direct, then the battle between Xianhou and the Air Emperor was elusive and unpredictable. Both of them were experts proficient in the profound meaning of space. When they fought, they would inevitably use the profound meaning of space to dodge and attack. Occasionally, they would also use other profound meaning martial arts as support. Swish! Xianhou took a step into the spatial door, which quickly closed and disappeared into the void. The next moment, the Air Emperor blasted a punch over, shattering the space. When she reappeared, Xianhou was already at another angle. However, the Air Emperor seemed to have captured Xuanhou's fluctuations. His figure flickered and appeared behind Xianhou. Xuanhou's expression was normal. In front of her, a mirror that looked like a spatial door reflected brilliance. Xuanhou's figure seemed to have changed time and space. She appeared on the other side of the mirror, and it became the Air Emperor facing the mirror. The mirror shone brightly and spewed a light beam with 5 colors at the Air Emperor. How can a grain of light compete with the sun and the moon? The Air Emperor sneered. His figure spread out like a ripple and disappeared. The light beam passed through him and didn't hurt him at all. Sky Realm. Clang, clang, clang. Pieces of glass appeared from the void, forming a space made of glass, covering Xianhou. After the space was formed, the essence of the glass rapidly faded, turning into a void that was deeper than the void. Xianhou was in the void. There was no sky, no earth, no direction. Mysterious Tao, reverse heaven and earth. Xuanhou's expression didn't change at all. She formed a hand seal, and an ancient gate appeared. As the gate appeared, the void seemed to lose its meaning and was forcefully twisted, turning into a normal space. With a snap, Xianhou broke through the space barrier and reappeared in reality. What a mysterious Tao! The Air Emperor's expression turned solemn. In terms of combat prowess, his opponent was clearly weaker than him. However, her mysterious Tao wasn't something to be underestimated. Her methods were unfathomable, and she could even reverse his sky realm. At this moment, a beam of sword light suddenly appeared on the huge battlefield. This beam of sword light pierced through the sky, illuminating the world. It was like a heavenly sword that came from the underworld, slashing straight at Yi Chun. Anyone who faced this beam of sword light would have no way to dodge or retreat. This was because this beam of sword light seemed to have a direct trajectory, but it also seemed as though it didn't exist in this world. Even an expert like the Air Emperor was momentarily distracted by this beam of sword light. It's the Azure Cloud sword art of the Azure Cloud Sword Emperor. Someone exclaimed. Chapter 9, 75. Green Cloud Sword Emperor, one of the 2 great sword emperors of Sky Sword Continent, was equally as famous as Snowflake Sword Emperor. His green cloud sword art was known as the most unfathomable sword art. Those with weak defense and slow speed might not even be able to block a single sword from him. During the battle between Yi Chun, Su King, and Black Dragon Old Ancestor 9-Headed Serpent Emperor, Green Cloud Sword Emperor had been searching for Yi Chen's weakness. Since Yi Chun had already reached the realm of Heart Control Sword, even Green Cloud Sword Emperor couldn't find a flaw in a short period of time. Fortunately, Yi Chun was fighting 1 against 3 at the same time. His Heart Control Sword Art's realm fluctuated a little, and that moment just now was the moment with the greatest fluctuation. Therefore, Green Cloud Sword Emperor took out his sword, and it was one of the 3 great killing moves of Green Cloud Sword Art, Heaven and Earth Clarity. Heaven and Earth Clarity was unavoidable. The bright sword light seemed to descend from the 9 heavens as it attacked Yi Chun. I've been waiting for you. Yi Chun roared. His heart-driving sword didn't reveal the slightest flaw. The stronger one's mental state was, the more powerful one's heart-driving sword ability would be. He had intentionally revealed a flaw. He knew that Azure Sky Sword Emperor was looking for his flaw, just like how he was always paying attention to Azure Sky Sword Emperor. Clang! Yi Chen's left hand pulled out the 3rd sword at lightning speed. This sword was sparkling like countless stars. This was a semi-extreme grade sword, forged by Yi Chen, called Starlight Convergence. Although Starlight Convergence was only a semi-extreme grade sword, and couldn't compare to the Iron Blood Silver Blue sword, Yi Chun had infused his Immortal sword intent into it. Therefore, its sturdiness wasn't inferior to the Iron Blood Silver Blue sword, and it wouldn't break easily. Swish! With a flicker of starlight, Yi Chun slashed out to meet Green Cloud Sword Emperor's fatal sword. You think my Heaven and Earth Clarity is so easy to receive? Green Cloud Sword Emperor's expression didn't change. His sword aura rose by 30%, and the sword light's speed was as fast as the sun. At this moment, there was no silhouette, only sword light. Green Cloud Sword Emperor had already merged his body into the sword light, becoming one with the world, becoming one with the sword. Pop! As the two swords clashed, an intense shockwave spread out. Indeed, it was an explosion. The powerful shockwave directly shattered the space, and several thick spatial cracks extended hundreds of li away. Some life and death kings, who were too close and couldn't dodge in time, were blown back while spurting out blood as if they were struck by lightning. As soon as the two of them came into contact with each other, the Azure Cloud Sword Emperor was suddenly blasted away in the next moment. He turned a few times in the air before he was able to disperse the terrifying shockwave. This is the vibration sword art. The Azure Sky Sword Emperor's expression turned solemn. Ordinary vibrational sword arts wouldn't be able to enter the eyes of the Azure Sky Sword Emperor. For example, the Demonic Saber King's demonic saber art might be powerful, but the Azure Sky Sword Emperor wouldn't put it in his eyes. No matter how powerful one's technique was, if one's profound wasn't strong enough, it would be hard for one to reach the next level. However, Yi Chen's vibrational sword art didn't just contain the profound of metal. It also contained the profound of earth. It had started to enter the palace of vibrational energy, and it was able to unleash the true might of vibrational energy. What do you think of my Tianju sword? Yi Chen sent the Azure Sky Sword Emperor flying with his left sword, while his right sword blocked Su King's attack. Tianju sword was the third form of the vibrational sword art. The first form of the vibrational sword art was the heaven-cutting sword, the second form was the heaven-inflicting sword, and the third form was the Tianju sword. In the past, the second form of the heaven-inflicting sword was already the limit, and it was impossible for it to make any further progress. However, when Yi Chen completed the merciless water and fire art, he comprehended the essence of thousands of sword arts in the sword world. Many of these sword arts contained vibrational energy. With the help of these experiences, Yi Chen's vibrational energy finally reached a new height, far surpassing the demonic Saber King's. He also started to integrate the profound of earth into it, perfecting the most fundamental vibrational energy. It could be said that the formation of the Tianju sword was a natural process. It was the moment when the merciless water and fire art reached the grand completion stage. Yi Chen's strength rose to a new level. It wasn't as simple as having an additional supreme sword art. What a great Tianju sword! The Azure Cloud Sword Emperor took a deep breath, and his eyes turned even colder. Yi Chen, very good. You are worthy of my full strength. I take back what I said earlier. I won't be able to defeat you within 10 moves, but this is the end of it. Su King suddenly retreated, maintaining a distance of 10 li from Yi Chen. The Azure Cloud Sword Emperor, and Yi Chen looked at Su King at the same time. As the Sword Emperor, the Azure Cloud Sword Emperor's battle prowess had always been formidable, although the Snowflower Sword Emperor shared the same fame as him. Many people felt that the Snowflower Sword Emperor was slightly weaker than the Azure Cloud Sword Emperor. However, the gap between them wasn't huge. The Azure Cloud Sword Emperor had always been wary of Su King. Su King was someone who hid his true strength and had never revealed his true strength. Because of this, no one knew exactly how strong he was. If there was anyone among the titled monarchs with 5-star battle prowess, it would be the illusory emperor. Even if it was someone as powerful as the golden turtle old ancestor, Azure Cloud Sword Emperor was confident that he could fight against him. As for Yi Chen, although he had heavily injured the golden turtle old ancestor and had the battle prowess of a 5-star overlord, he didn't display his full strength in a 1 versus 3 situation. He had always believed that Su King wasn't that simple. Perhaps his true strength had already surpassed the golden turtle old ancestor, and he was a 5-star overlord. And this was without the violent tiger dragon Yuan pellet. Once Su King used it, no one knew to what realm his battle prowess would reach. Yi Chen, you're the first person to force me to reveal my full strength. You should be honored. Undefeatable void battle art. Su King's essence, chi, and spirit instantly rose by 50%. His violent aura caused the entire space to tremble. It was as if he had turned into an undefeatable god of battle, and no one could defeat him. Secret battle art. The azure cloud sword emperor squinted his eyes. Secret battle art was a type of secret art that was different from other secret arts. This kind of secret art was innately used for battle. It could increase one's essence, chi, and spirit in all aspects. Essence represented the strength of one's flesh and blood. Chi represented true yuan cultivation, and spirit represented the soul. When all three were increased, it would bring about an overall increase in one's battle prowess. It could be said that the most powerful type of secret art was the secret battle art. Soul's secret arts and cultivation burning secret arts couldn't compare to the secret battle art. I see. Yi Chen understood in his heart. Su King's undefeatable void battle art was the same as Yuan Emperor's 3 flowers borrowing Tao. They were both secret battle arts, but it was obvious that the 3 flowers borrowing Tao was much stronger than the undefeatable void battle art. After using the 3 flowers borrowing Tao, one's battle prowess could be doubled. As for Su King's essence, chi, and spirit, his battle prowess should only increase by 50%. It was far from the 3 flowers borrowing Tao. Great Destruction Golden Inferno Palm. Boom. With his battle prowess increased by 50%, Su King's aura surged and soared into the 9 heavens. The same martial art in his hands was displayed to a level comparable to a peak profound martial art. The space shattered and was burned into crystals, dripping down. That blazing red palm seemed like it could easily pierce through a star and incinerate everything. This time, Yi Chen is in danger. Many people even stopped fighting and looked at Yi Chen. Humph, the black dragon old ancestor, who couldn't get away from the 8 trigram sword formation, snorted coldly. He thinks he's a genius and doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He thinks he's invincible after becoming a titled monarch. If he thinks he can defeat us just because he killed the yellow-robed old monster and the other 2, then all our years of cultivation have been wasted. The 9-headed serpent emperor, on the side, also sneered inwardly. He wasn't as powerful as the black dragon old ancestor, but he was still a king of the demon race that had dominated the Blood Sky continent for hundreds of years. It didn't feel good to be looked down upon. Su King had revealed his strongest battle prowess. He knew that this battle was over. As long as he could take care of Yi Chen, the others wouldn't be a threat. Not good. The pressure on Spirit Pill King was the lightest. Almost no one dared to attack him with their lives on the line, and they even avoided him. If he was killed, there was no guarantee that someone wouldn't come after his life. It should be known that Pill King Island and Spirit Pill King were transcendent existences in true spirit world. Rumor had it that Pill King Island had a 6-star king as its protector. Killing Spirit Pill King would be too much even if they had 10 lives. Therefore, they all avoided Spirit Pill King and looked for others to kill. This caused Spirit Pill King to have no opponents and could only put out fires. At this moment, when the Spirit Dan King saw Su King reveal his strongest battle prowess, he couldn't help but feel worried. Yi Chen was a newcomer after all. His foundation couldn't compare to Su King's, and he didn't have as many trump cards as Su King. Not to mention the modern era. Even in the ancient era, there weren't many people who could create such a battle prowess. Unknowingly, before the Surreal Emperor had even thrown out his palm attack, most of the people had stopped battling and turned their heads to look at Yi Chen and the Surreal Emperor in the middle of the battlefield. In their eyes, The Surreal Emperor had thrown out a palm attack toward Yi Chun, and the palm power had melted the space, carrying an aura that seemed to be able to burn everything in its path. The surrounding natural yuan qi had all started to boil up like a raging ocean. As for Yi Chun, he was like a small boat in the ocean and could be destroyed at any moment. In the blink of an eye, facing Su Qing's strongest attack, the iron blood-silver blue sword in Yi Chen's hand ignited with a green flame. In a thousandth of a blink of an eye, the flame burned to its limit, and the space around it silently melted. Yi Chen quickly raised the iron blood-silver blue sword and slashed out. Fire and water merciless. Rip! A green light flickered, and the entire battlefield seemed to be divided into two by a layer of green sword veil. The tip of the veil bombarded Su Qing's fist, which was the boundary between the two's auras. On one side was a scorching chi flow that could incinerate everything, and on the other side was an even more berserk, world-destroying water and fire power. The strongest against the strongest. Bang! In the next moment, a world-rending explosion resounded, and everyone felt the space around them becoming unstable. Some life and death kings who had escaped into the void were forcibly shaken out, puking blood. Air Emperor's space realm and Xuanho's space gate both collapsed, causing the two to stop fighting. After the explosion, everyone saw a figure being blasted away. It was Su Qing. Chapter 976. How could this be? Su Qing was sent flying by a single sword strike. The Black Dragon ancestor felt that his brain couldn't process what was going on. Su Qing was extremely powerful. Before using the Invincible Void technique, he already had peak 5-star battle prowess, and after using it, his battle prowess had reached the level of a 5-star Tyrant, extremely close to 6 stars. It could be said that he was invincible under 6 stars. Impossible. How could the sect master lose? The Heaven Void King's calm expression froze for the first time. As the Void sect's first supreme elder, no one knew Su Qing's strength better than him. Su Qing's Invincible Void technique wasn't a secret in his eyes, because this secret technique was taught to Su Qing by the previous generation's sect master. He had also been taught half a volume of it, which could increase his battle prowess by 30%. It's a top-grade profound sword art. Su Anho immediately saw the crux of the problem. Her world-filling snow had already touched the level of a top-grade profound martial art, and the only difference was the degree of fusion. Therefore, the merciless water and fire could only be explained by a top-grade profound sword art. The water profound and the fire profound are diametrically opposed to each other. So even if it isn't at the perfection level, it can still be considered a top-grade profound sword art. A top-grade profound sword art. At this moment, the Azure Cloud Sword Emperor, the Air Emperor, the Battle Sky Elephant Emperor, the Black Dragon Ancestor, and the others all knew why Yi Chun could send Su Qing flying. It was because his sword art had surpassed everyone else's realm. A peerless genius. The Spirit Pill King could only use this word to describe Yi Chun. He was only in his 30s, but he could already grasp a top-grade profound sword art. Such an achievement was already not inferior to the ancient sword kings, and might even surpass them. After sending Su Qing flying, Yi Chen's sword aura reached its peak. In the sky above his head, a huge sword shadow was faintly discernible. This was a phenomenon caused by the sword domain being pushed to the extreme. Now, this huge sword shadow was actually expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, condensing as if it had been tempered. Third layer sword domain. The Azure Cloud Sword Emperor's eyes narrowed. His sword domain was the strongest in the Elysium, and it had already reached the late phase of the 3rd level. Yi Chen's sword domain had actually reached the middle phase of the 3rd level. One must know that Yi Chen was only at the early phase of the 3rd level when he challenged the sword world. It was beyond his expectations that Yi Chen could advance by a small level in such a short period of time. Although the sword domain was derived from the sword Dao cultivation technique, it didn't mean that it was only related to the sword Dao cultivation technique. The sword domain was the quintessence of a swordsman. Only when one's understanding and comprehension of the sword Dao improved could the sword domain be improved. As the owner of the sword domain, Yi Chen naturally sensed its improvement, but he wasn't surprised. After comprehending the essence of a few thousand types of sword techniques in the sword world, Yi Chen's other aspects had obvious improvements, and only his sword domain hadn't improved. After the battle, with Su King, his battle intent and sword intent had erupted to the limit, and he'd finally improved a step further. The explosive airflow gradually weakened, and a few hundred miles away, Su King's figure slowly stood up. His eyes erupted with a divine light that was a few meters long, and it locked onto Yi Chen from afar like a fiend god. Yi Chen, very good. You're worthy of me fighting with my full strength. Su King didn't have any injuries on his body, and it seemed that the sword strike from before had merely sent him flying. You're worthy of me fighting with my full strength as well. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and they became long and thin. His pupils emitted a material bright light. Sword intent. Unknowingly, the Azure Cloud Sword Emperor had retreated from the battlefield. If he continued to attack Yi Chen, he would undoubtedly anger Su King. Of course, he didn't attack anyone else, because he was sure that if he attacked someone else, Yi Chen would definitely drag him into the battle again. This battle will be decided by the outcome of the battle between Su King and Yi Chen. The spiritual pill emperor said loudly. No one objected, and no one agreed. However, everyone stopped and didn't continue fighting. Unknowingly, it could be considered that they tacitly agreed to the spiritual pill emperor's words. Humph, Demon Flower Emperor, we'll decide the victor next time. The Battle Sky Elephant Emperor coldly said to the Demon Flower Emperor, I'm ready anytime. The Demon Flower Emperor knew that it was impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. If they really wanted to fight, it wouldn't end even after 3 days and 3 nights, unless one side's demonic energy or energy was exhausted. However, it was obvious that this battle wouldn't last for so long, and it would only be a waste of time if they continued fighting. At the same time, Su Anho, the Air Emperor, the Innate Demon Emperor, the Hell King, Evil King, and the others split up and went to their respective camps. The battle between monarchs was very intense. Fortunately, the battle was short and no one died. After all, the immortal body of monarchs wasn't just for show. In a situation where their strength was equal, they wouldn't die in a short period of time. If they couldn't win, they could constantly dodge and use guerrilla tactics. Of course, although no one died, there were many who were heavily injured. Some were injured by the soul attacks, and some had their cultivation base greatly damaged and needed some time to recuperate. Among these people, the majority were in Yi Chen's camp. After all, the disadvantage in numbers couldn't be ignored. The two camps were facing each other, and between them, Yi Chen and Su King were also facing each other. Su King, you can use the Violent Tiger Dragon Elixir now. Otherwise, you won't be able to defeat me. The Azure Cloud Sword Emperor, the Black Dragon Old Ancestor, and the Nine-Headed Serpent Emperor all returned to the camp behind Su King. Yi Chen didn't need to be distracted anymore. Although he could still burst out with his strongest strength, the strength of a genius was to break through his limits. If he didn't put his heart and soul into the battle, it would be a dream to break through his limits. Su King said indifferently, even if I don't use the Violent Tiger Dragon Elixir, the final victory will be mine. Soon, you will know why I said that. In that case, let's fight. Wang. Yi Chen's body shook, and his sword domain expanded again, covering Su King. You have a sword domain. So do I. Transparent ripples bloomed from Su Qing's body, and the ripples spread out, canceling out the sword domain. This kind of domain was deep and unfathomable, like the void. It's the void domain. Someone recognized it. Domains were also derived from cultivation techniques, but they weren't as pure as the sword domain. Domains had countless attributes. For example, the Nirvana Demon Emperor's Nirvana domain, the Yuan Emperor's sovereign domain, and Xuanho's mysterious domain. Each had their own functions. In comparison, the sword domain's attribute was more simple, but being simple wasn't a bad thing. No matter what domain it would be weaker when facing the sword domain. Boom! Almost at the same time, the two charged at each other. Void Palm Imprint. Su Qing no longer used the Annihilation Golden Flame Palm, but changed to a Space Profound palm art. Su Qing was like the Air Emperor, and Xuanho, proficient in Space Profound. Perhaps the Void Palm Imprint wasn't much stronger than the Annihilation Golden Flame Palm, but it had more variations, and it wasn't easy for Yi Qin to see through its weaknesses. With a palm strike, the void caved in, and a huge transparent palm imprint attacked Yi Qin from afar. Yi Qin could feel that the space he was in was firmly sealed. Endless void pressure came from all directions, as if it wanted to crush his body and distort his movement trajectory. Merciless water and fire break for me. Yi Qin sheathed the iron blood silver blue sword and replaced it with the sky Scorpio sword that he had used to attack the black dragon old ancestor and the nine-headed snake. With the extreme grade sword in hand, Yi Qin's aura increased without a limit. That berserk sword chi sliced in all directions, creating cracks in that unbreakable space. The formless pressure of the void immediately dispersed like a deflated balloon. The sky Scorpio sword blazed with green flames as Yi Qin fiercely swung it out. Dong! The transparent handprint and the emerald sword screen clashed together, causing the space around them to continuously shatter. In the end, it was obvious that the emerald sword screen had the upper hand. A sliver of emerald sword chi that looked like a thin thread cut into the void emperor's body. Clang! The clothes on Su Qing's body were burned to ashes, revealing the golden battle armor underneath. This was a supreme grade battle armor. When the green sword chi cut on it, blazing white sparks burst out, leaving a faint mark. As the golden light circulated, the mark disappeared, but Su Qing's body slightly paused. The green sword chi seemed to be only a wisp, but that violent power wasn't that easy to neutralize. Shifting through the void, Yi Qin used the earth track and instantly appeared in all directions around Su Qing. It was as if there were hundreds of Yi Qin slashing hundreds of swords at Su Qing. These attacks weren't ultimate moves, but they were fast, especially when pushed by Yi Qin's heart-controlling sword realm. His swordsmanship reached an extreme level. Golden bell inextinguishable. Su Qing's eyes flickered with golden light. He put his palms together, and in the next moment, a huge golden bell phantom appeared out of nowhere, protecting him. Dang, 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 dang. The golden bell phantom's defense was very strong, and no matter how many times Yi Qin attacked, he couldn't break through it. All he could do was create faint golden ripples. What a strong defense, profound martial art. Innate demon monarch's face turned solemn. Below 6 stars, Su Qing could be the strongest in the world, and it seemed like it wasn't just for show. Be it offense or defense, Su Qing was at the top, and he had almost no weaknesses. Orbit kills secret art. All of a sudden, Yi Qin's swordsmanship changed, and he used the heaven-shattering sword, art's second style, Orbit Kill. A shocking scene occurred. The invisible sword chi actually ignored the golden bell phantom and slashed at Su Qing's body. Although the power of Orbit Kill wasn't as strong as the Void Essence Slash, it was still a sword art that Yi Qin created with great effort. It had its own unique aspects, following the trajectory of the spatial fluctuations, Orbit Kill could ignore any energy defense and deal a fatal blow. Su King's face turned pale, and he took a few steps back. This Yi Chun is really strong to be able to create such a strange sword art that ignores all energy defenses. Doesn't this mean that the Zhenyuan armor is useless? Many people were shocked. Chi. One step at a time, Yi Chen's movement was ethereal, and the invisible sword Qi kept slashing at Su King's body. There were some places that weren't protected by the extreme gray battle armor, and the sword Qi left bloody marks on them. But as time passed, Yi Chen frowned. No matter how weak the Orbit Kill was, it shouldn't be unable to cut through the opponent's skin, right? 6th rank spirit body, absorbing damage. Beside Demon Flower Emperor, Xuanho's expression was extremely solemn. She didn't expect that Su King's spirit body had already reached the 6th rank. This is bad. Demon Flower Emperor and Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor had fought before. Although the latter's physical defense was strong, even stronger than Su King's, his spirit body was only at the peak of the 5th rank. For Su King's spirit body to reach the 6th rank, it couldn't have been refined by himself. He must have used countless treasures to refine his spirit body. For example, in the Pill King convention, he had bought a 3-revolution body refining pellet. Chapter 977. 5th step spirit body was already the pinnacle of mortal bodies, and its life magnetic field was frightening. At the 6th step, not only would the spirit body be several times more powerful, it would also gain a special ability, damage absorption. Of course, it couldn't absorb all of the damage, but absorbing 20 to 30% was already astonishing. It should be known that a powerful 5-star King's protective Zhenyuan was already very powerful, adding on the supreme grade battle armor. Even if their defense wasn't impenetrable, it wasn't easily broken. At this moment, with the damage absorption special ability, its effect could be said to be earth-shattering. Although Yi Chen's orbital strike had directly penetrated the Golden Bell Phantom and protective Zhenyuan to attack Su King's body, the 6th-step spirit body's defense was inconceivably powerful. Moreover, with a portion of the damage absorbed, it could only leave behind a faint bloody mark. Not even the skin was completely damaged. One could well imagine how freakish Su King's defense was. What a good 6th-step spirit body. With a flicker, Yi Chun retreated dozens of li, maintaining a certain distance from Su King. Now you should know where my confidence comes from, right? Su King raised his head and coldly looked at Yi Chun. Yi Chun faintly nodded. Indeed, your strength and trump cards are both beyond my expectations. I didn't expect you to forcefully raise your spirit body to the 6th step. Under normal circumstances, apart from body refining kings, peak 5th step spirit body was pretty much the limit of life and death kings. If they wanted to continue, they would have to constantly consume heavenly treasures and use their medicinal power to refine their spirit body. Not to mention Su King. Even Yi Chun had to consume a lot of treasures to raise his spirit body to the 5th step, such as spirit energy crystal stones, dragon blood grass, dragon bone jade marrow, and sky fiend fire spirit fruit. Although there seemed to be a difference of 1 step between the 5th step and the 6th step, the difference in strength was several times or even 10 times, and the consumption of treasures was much higher. It could be said that advancing from the 5th step to the 6th step was not as easy as advancing from the 1st step to the 5th step. However, thinking about it, it was understandable. Su King was the sect master of the Void Sect, and the Void Sect was the #1 sect in the world. After countless years of accumulation, it was still acceptable for them to have so many resources. This time, Yi Chen is going to lose for sure. Su King has a rank 6 spirit body, which makes him invincible, unless it's a 6-star king who can injure him. Even an ordinary 6-star king wouldn't be able to kill Su King with a single strike. Su King could easily use the space profound to escape. Look, I knew that Su King wasn't simple. This Yi Chun was arrogant and conceited, and he finally suffered a setback. He thought that he was invincible, but now he has finally met the real invincible. Behind Su King, everyone looked at Yi Chun with disdain and sneers. Behind Yi Chun is already very powerful, apart from Su King, who here can contend against him. Moreover, he has only entered life and death realm for less than a year. If he had more time, Su King and 6-star kings would not be his opponent. Unfortunately, he doesn't have much time. Heaven is jealous of geniuses. Not necessarily. Look, Yi Chen's expression hasn't changed at all. Does he still have some trump card? Perhaps he does. Perhaps he is just naturally calm. At this moment, not only did Su King's faction not believe that Yi Chen could win, even Yi Chen's faction didn't believe that Yi Chen could win. The only difference was that they had different standpoints. I believe in him, Xianhou said indifferently. Oh, Demon Flower Emperor looked at Xianhou. Xianhou seemed to be talking to herself. Perhaps you guys don't know much about him. I and Dragon King have been paying attention to him since a long time ago. He has been able to turn the tables in countless desperate situations. This is only one of them. His future path is still very long, and he won't fall now. Confidence in a person needed time to be maintained. If one knew the person well, then one would have complete faith in him. If one didn't know the person for long, then one's confidence would be greatly reduced. At present, apart from Xianhou, everyone else's confidence in Yi Chun was greatly reduced to the point where it couldn't even be considered confidence. Since even you, Xianhou, believe in him, how can I, Demon Flower Emperor, not believe him? Letting out a breath, Demon Flower Emperor calmed down. Yi Chun, as my grandson's master, you can't die. Among the crowd, Spirit Pill King was also very worried. Yi Chun, you forced my Blackwater Alliance to disband and occupied the Devouring Island. You didn't expect retribution to come, right? Once you lose, the others are nothing to worry about. At that time, I will attack your Yi family first. At the back of Su King's camp, a figure stood there. It was the former Blackwater Alliance's Vice Alliance Master, Sky King. However, his face was filled with viciousness. Yi Chun, you have no way out now. Whether you are afraid of battle or not, the result will not change. After executing the undefeatable Void battle technique, the Void Emperor's aura was like a monstrous tsunami rippling out in waves. Coupled with that demonic godlike body of his, the pressure that the Void Emperor gave off right now was boundless. Yi Chun laughed. Su King, I admit that your defense is very strong, but how can you defeat me? Your attack is much weaker than mine. Hearing Yi Chen's words, many people reacted. That's right, Su King's defense was very strong, but no matter how strong it was only passive. Unless one's attack was stronger than Yi Chen's, there was no way to defeat Yi Chun. At this moment, Yi Chen's side was filled with confidence, while the expressions of Su King's side were a bit ugly. Is that so? Su King's expression didn't change. The undefeatable Void technique is a secret battle technique, and even my soul force has increased. If I use a soul attack against you, I wonder how much power you can use. Soul attack secret techniques could shake the opponent's soul and cause their strength to drop. This was what Yi Chun used to deal with Blackwater Ancestor and the yellow-robed old monster. Try it. Yi Chen's smile didn't diminish. As you wish. The undefeatable Void technique couldn't be maintained indefinitely. Su King didn't want to waste time with Yi Chun like this. His figure flashed, and like a jumping arc of light, he pounced on Yi Chun from an unimaginable angle, spirit-extinguishing thread. Without a sound, countless invisible yellow silk threads shot out from between the surreal emperor's eyebrows. These silk threads looked like the silk of a spider, but compared to it, the yellow silk threads were even more crystal clear. Moreover, they were so fast that they looked like phantoms as they drilled into Yi Chen's eyebrows one by one. So light. Between Yi Chen's eyebrows, the silver vertical eye opened. With a puff, a silver light beam shot out, like the scorching sun melting snow. A large number of yellow threads were eliminated, but there were too many of them. The silver light beam that Yi Chen shot out couldn't destroy them all at once, and could only sweep half a circle. The next moment, hundreds of yellow threads entered Yi Chen's forehead. Swoosh! In Yi Chen's mind, there was a rustling sound. This was the sound of the yellow threads invading his sea of soul. Destroy! Suppress! Something strange appeared in the sea of soul, causing the destruction sword spirit and the immortal sword spirit to tremble together. Although the soul was different from the will, the two had something in common. They could both affect the other. The destruction sword spirit shot out a large amount of black sword intent, attacking the yellow threads, while the immortal sword spirit released a halo of sword intent to protect the sea of soul. However, Su Qing's soul attack was too powerful. Moreover, in terms of will, Yi Chen didn't have much of an advantage. The destruction sword spirit was a 6th-step sword spirit. Compared to an ordinary 7th-step sword spirit, the immortal sword spirit was only at the peak of the 5th step, which was equivalent to a peak 6th-step sword spirit. On the other hand, powerful titled monarchs like Su Qing and Heir Emperor had 7th-step wills, or even peak 7th-step wills. Therefore, Yi Chen's destruction sword intent could only eliminate a small portion of the yellow threads, and the immortal sword intent wouldn't last long. However, it was enough. Yi Chen himself also cultivated a soul defense secret art. After reaching the life and death realm, whether it was a soul attack secret art or a defensive secret art, they were both indispensable. Primordial spirit undying. In the depths of the sea of soul, a strand of light blossomed. At first, it was only a tiny speck, but in a thousandth of a blink, it expanded to millions and millions of times, illuminating the entire sea of soul. All the yellow threads immediately disintegrated upon contact with this inextinguishable light, failing to cause any damage. Primordial spirit, undying, primordial spirit lock was a set of soul secret arts, and Yuan Emperor wasn't the creator of this set. According to Yuan Emperor, this was a soul secret art created by an extremely powerful ancient emperor. It was called Primordial Spirit Secret Art, and he had obtained it by chance. Since then, he had never suffered a loss in a battle of the soul. Primordial Spirit Secret Arts were extremely difficult to cultivate. Although Yi Chen had only cultivated primordial spirit, undying to minor completion, it was already extremely useful. If Su Qing thought that he could injure Yi Chen with a sharp increase in soul power, he was gravely mistaken. Su Qing's brows creased. It wasn't that he didn't know that Yi Chen was a soul genius. However, in terms of soul power, Yi Chen was only comparable to him. It was impossible for Yi Chen to be much stronger. Now, he had used Void Invincible Battle Art, and his soul power had skyrocketed. Coupled with the extremely tyrannical spirit extinguishing threads, it still didn't have any effect. Su Qing, you take my primordial spirit lock as well. Yi Chen groaned with a low voice as a mass of golden light shot out of his vertical eye. It was vaguely visible as a golden halo. The golden halo was extremely fast, disappearing into the surreal emperor's forehead within a second. Su Qing's expression changed several times. Inside his sea of soul, a huge golden halo attempted to trap his sea of soul. Its edges were incomparably sharp, unceasingly slicing. Spirit extinguishing threads, pull it out for me. Su Qing was already prepared. Countless yellow threads shot out, pulling the golden halo outwards. In a short while, the invisible golden halo was actually pulled out of Su Qing's sea of soul. Everyone could only see this scene when they released their soul power. This is too thrilling. Someone couldn't help but say, although soul attacks were silent and didn't have a grand scene compared to a head-on battle, soul attacks were much more dangerous. If one wasn't careful, they could be seriously injured and their soul damaged. As expected, Yi Chen wasn't surprised by this result. Just like the primordial spirit undying, Yi Chen's primordial spirit lock was also at the minor completion realm. He didn't think of using the primordial spirit lock to injure Su Qing's soul. He just wanted to test its power. There was a trade-off.